Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Will O'Connor, here with Jeremy Geist, live from the Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa for the first final table live stream of the 2024 Winter Poker Open, powered by BetMGM Poker. Jeremy, lot of really fun stuff to get into today, but the start of the Winter Poker Open, 3,500 players for this first event. Man, where do we go from here? That's the question, right?
East Coast Poker's back, baby. I could not be more excited. $420,000 up top in this first event for an $800 buy-in. I mean, this is sick.
Nice, honest week's work for sure. We're going to get to the table momentarily. We'll meet all of our players, get payout information from the Guerrilla Gaming team. They're the ones that are going to be bringing you fans live stream coverage of the Winter Poker Open throughout the entire month, pretty much. Last night, we had our live stream event, 2-5 No Limit. A lot of fun. Borgata regulars, friends, family down here in the VIP section. We have more players down here today. Friends, family, a lot of excitement, like we said. And we're going to get to the table momentarily. Jeremy, anything to kind of wrap us here?
Yeah, big shout out to the Guerrilla Gaming team. I mean, my gosh, that entire set, the table, everything looks awesome. Guys are excited about it. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah, and as you can see, we are getting there shortly, just working through some final things before we officially go live. And as we mentioned, $420,000 up for first place in this event. You see the payouts kick off here. Even eighth place, first player out today, almost 50,000. You said for what? $800 buy-in?
$800 buy-in. Yeah, everybody's got locked up 46K. Just yeah, this is awesome, man.
And we're going to get into the leaderboard and some players that you may recognize from big events, live streams in the past, but there are a handful of players here that are, without doing anything today, Jeremy, locking up a career best score. That's a really cool way to start the year. How do you say?
I mean, first event of the year to lock up almost 47K.
I really hope.
It's gonna be a good bankroll boost for a lot of guys here. But let's take a look at player positions here. Ari Engel, huge name. Guy has more WSOP rings than just about anybody out there. Looking at Drew here, I believe he's got 2 bracelets if I remember correctly.
Drew O'Connell right in the middle in the 6th seat. You see the full lineup here. Drew O'Connell, 2 online bracelets, WSOP.com. So some very experienced players. You mentioned Ari Engel, probably the most experienced.
Yeah, right.
Another player that we might want to look at is Apter.
I don't need 3.
He is another bracelet winner, but coming back as the shortest stack.
Actually, I don't
all
mind,
eyes, all pressure will be on him to start. And here we are, starting first hand off the deck. Jeremy, what are we looking to see here early on at this final table? What would you be doing in this position?
Yeah, so the big stacks are going to have a good opportunity to put a lot of pressure on those middling stacks here. Obviously, pay jumps are pretty substantial as we move up the line. I mean, the difference between 47K and moving up the line all the way to that 420 mark. The small stacks are going to be looking to get it in as quickly as they can, and the big stacks are going to be looking to put pressure on those middling stacks. So looks like Mr. Teapot is going to be opening up with 9s here. Let's see what happens. And Brett wakes up with aces in the big blind. Oh my gosh, guys, let's get started right away.
We said that Brett is going to be maybe one to watch as the short stack. Great way to kick off. Aces on the first hand off the deck. We have an open from Justin, and this is going to get in. Justin is going to be calling this 3-bet shove that is not even going to be for more than double. So we are going to see our first likely confrontation here, and Brett looking good with rockets to start off.
Move it in. We got a flick in front call. Let's go here.
Ooh.
Off to the races first hand.
Yes, and as you can see, Justin, we maybe foolishly not mentioned him yet from the top of the broadcast. This is the chip leader. This is a player from Massachusetts who has almost 30% of the chips in play coming in this final table. Gonna need some help here. Queen 10-7, 3 clubs.
Board.
There are outs. Brett still, though, as you can see within our graphics, 82% to win the hand. Flop on the right-hand side. Everything.
More outs.
And the ace on the turn. That's going to lock it up for Brett there.
Never easy, though.
No.
and Brett doubles up. That's how you want to start a final table, coming in with a couple big blinds, right?
Let's go. Yeah. Who knows what the implications of that double right off the bat could be.
Well, we see the implications right off the bat. 3.5 million almost for Brett. That gives him somewhere in the range of, we'll call it 8 big blinds, 6 big blinds. So tons of work still to do. But how does that double early maybe affect how other players will play, especially when Brett comes in so short? Do you almost discount a player like that is so short at the start of a final table?
Yeah, and I mean, when you come into the final table and you have that kind of, outstanding short stack, basically, with ICM pressure, you're kind of just, folding makes you a lot of money. You're really looking for those guys to sort of make their way out of the picture before you can really start, putting your chips to work as some of those middling and upper stacks. So him getting a double up here is definitely going to change some dynamic. But he, still sitting on 8 big blinds, but it's not the deepest final table. Worth noting, day 1 of this tournament, 30-minute levels. Guys are getting their chips together quick. Day 2, 40-minute levels. So that's what we're going to see here today.
So a little bit faster than maybe what we'll see later in the series with the championship, some other bigger buy-in events. But I want to go back to that last hand quickly. We saw the Queen Jack open. We also saw pocket nines fold in late position. That's exactly that ICM pressure that you're talking about. So we may continue to see some, dare I say, tight play from players until we maybe shake off a few of the shorties. But
like I said, folding makes you money in this part of the tournament for sure. All the big scores are up top, obviously. So.
That is a pro tip. Folding makes you money. Maybe not in regular world, but here it definitely does. Now, this is a player we maybe haven't mentioned yet, but Nick Funaro. Many players will maybe recognize that last name, Frank Funaro, Frankie Funk. To New Jersey players might know that name. This is Frank's 21-year-old younger brother. Played his first ever WSOP main event last year, cashed it, now starting 2024 off at a final table. Very, very cool. And we talked to friends, family, VIP. He has about 6, 7 people back there cheering him on, brought them from home. A lot of fun. Hometown kid, maybe with a hometown title to start the year.
I had a quick chat with Frank. I told him, wish his brother good luck, and he had a couple, simple words for me. He said Nick deserves it. So let's see him put those chips to work, man.
Nick deserves it. Maybe. I'm with you there. We all deserve it if we enter, right? Everybody thinks they do. I'll comment is just because we're sharing things we heard earlier.
Sure.
Multiple players coming down here today, either them or their friends or family. This is so sick. How cool is this? And it is. We're not making this up.
No.
If you're at the Borgata, if you are playing in the Winter Poker Open, right underneath the Central Conference Center where all the action is taking place, that's where our live stream set is. Come by, check out the action, view the table, say hi to your friends who are maybe at the table, but really, really cool vibes just for 1 week at the Borgata, and we're only getting started.
Yeah, we saw, a ton of action, ton of players. We already hit that guarantee for the first event of the series, which is really, really awesome. And yeah, it's shaping up to be really, really awesome. Like I said, East Coast Poker's back. I'm stoked for it.
East Coast Poker's back, and this is an East Coast player in the small blind, Drew O'Connell. Mentioned earlier, 2 WSOP online bracelets. Won the online championship in 2021. Drew in the tank here in the small blind, just under 6 million.
Blind versus blind, in a different scenario, kings can get it in there sometimes just to put pressure. But yeah, he shows the 8-4.
And Yunkyu showing
Smile
a
at
little
him.
bit.
Yeah.
It's a little sheepish, but I like that. Just to, kind of show, hey, here's what we're playing. You don't need to wait a 30 minutes through to see that one. I will mention, though, 30-minute delay. So we are, as commentators, seeing the action live. We are not being spoiled or having anything spoiled for us. So we are seeing, hearing players live, seeing the action live, and we will be here until a champion is crowned. A few hands in, though. Just one double right off the jump. We haven't seen any other real pots develop. But again, kind of leading to your tight is right, fold to make money here.
Right.
strategy.
Fast structure, not the deepest final table in the world. But yeah.
Yeah, at least from
We got
30 minutes
here.
delay.
So Teapot wakes up with threes again, folding that out of the +2 position. Again, going to be making money here doing just that.
And you're making money. I'm going to make a mental note because that's just 2 pocket pairs, and I know we're early. I know we're still feeling our way out at this final table. But that's 2 pocket pairs folded early. That's
Check
2
this
pocket
out.
pairs in action.
Drew
here.
wakes up with queens on the button, and in the small blind, we've got pocket 7s for Yunkyu.
I played with him like.
We
almost
very
all
well
yesterday.
might see an all-in
He
here.
did, yeah.
Most of the time.
Yeah.
I played him like last 2 levels or whatever.
Very methodical,
That was
taking
only
his
double-
time.
he
There
doubled
is
me
no
up,
shot
like,
clock
really,
at this final table, so we will see players take
Yep.
a fair amount of time for the big
Aces
decisions.
yesterday.
Right.
And 2 times was like you had deuces,
min
right? The
raise
second
from
time you
the
said no, I
button.
don't want to
Yeah,
raise
yeah,
anymore.
yeah.
And I had aces
Looks
as
like
well
a
at
reach
that
for
time.
4 from Song.
We got a 3-bet from
one guy
Song. Justin's
in
probably going to
Florida,
let this go pretty
tournament
easily.
in the money.
Even as chip leader,
Back-to-back
he's not
years,
looking to get
November.
involved here.
In the Seminole
Yep.
Series, I got in deuces against aces back
And
to
Drew's
back,
just gonna
in the money,
have,
deep
you
in
know,
the tournament. 2
Going
years
to
in a row,
Hollywood a
both
little
times I
bit
beat
here,
him.
count some chips out, and I think this
Yeah.
is going to go in the middle.
You run
pretty well
good.
here.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And as you can
Yeah.
see,
Josh K.
first time we've maybe seen
Hard rock, like for me, I don't know, unbeatable.
some
I'm cursed.
time in between action
Serious.
pre-flop. On the
I had
left-hand
aces so many
side,
times,
all
like,
the
at
action
one tournament,
you'll
3
see
times
as we
aces,
even head to the
3
flop.
times against jacks.
Unless we are
3
all
times I
in,
won.
then we just run it, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the guys like him.
The interesting thing is, I think Yunkyu's going to have a decision here. Oh, he snap calls. Okay, cool. And we're off to the races, guys. We have another all-in and a call. Drew is the short stack at risk here.
And this
A lot of
is
big hands being dealt right now.
almost a 13 million chip pot. This would immediately put Drew into
want that,
contention.
Sam?
As you can see, almost an 80% favorite, but we've all lived through these. Let's see how it runs out.
King, 8, Jack, all red.
Not a lot of help. Also, if you remember, Justin folded a 7 as well, a 7. So down to 1 out, maybe 3% for Yunkyu Sung.
Jack on the river.
Jack on the river.
Drew gets the pure double here. Let's go.
And like I said, vaulting himself into contention. This is a player that came in below the chip average. Now he's sitting 3rd place, and we're not even all that deep. So these hands, a lot of equity, a lot of money changing hands here.
100%, guys. Yeah, not to get too much into the weeds here, but obviously, you know, the way
all the
ICM
young
works,
guys and
basically,
double-
everybody's
old
chip
guys.
stack has a value. So on these final tables, the more chips that you're accumulating, obviously, you know, you're essentially just scooping in equity every single
The
time.
younger
here.
guy
So
double for
now this is going to put Yunkyu. Let's see here.
Below the chip average.
Yeah, I
would say.
believe so. I believe that's going to put him right down into a spot where, you know, now he's going to be getting a lot of pressure put on him, obviously.
Seems in good spirits, though. And
yeah.
before the action, you said we may have a think here from Yunkyu Song.
Snapped.
Not so much, and I think that's what we will see a lot today, where, you know, players at the given stack depths
Right.
have a pair. They kind of have to go with it against other stack depths, much like Drew's, right?
100%. And, you know, the thing about it is you're flipping so often against the button when he puts it in there that you kind of just have to go with it. And like we mentioned multiple times, these guys are short, they gotta do
Of course, yeah.
They would have texted you should have triple that hand.
Can you give me?
And I think we're going to see that a lot too. A lot of chips going in the middle and guys making snap calls just because,
Almost a triple
yeah, again,
for you.
with how short they are, they're going to have a lot of pretty
Zach, you don't
straightforward
mind- you don't mind?
decisions. I don't think we're going to see a lot of guys in the tank here
boy.
early.
Yeah.
You'll see it, hopefully. It's fun.
Brett waking up with 5s in the +2 position here. Let's see what he does.
With under 10 big blinds.
Right. Goes ahead and lets it go. A lot of guys behind him there.
Handcuffed with 5s there. No, Jeremy?
A little bit, yeah. You're sort of in ICM jail at that point from early position. There's just too much action behind you. Drew, fresh off the double, waking up with a pair from the cutoff. Very well could be an open here.
Already 2 collisions in 15 minutes, even less. Yeah,
What?
15. Already 2 collisions in 16 minutes.
Oh. Well, the very first hand was fireworks.
Definitely taking
He was getting a double
time.
by. He was getting a double
Flop
by
with most
no
of his
matter what. It
decisions.
didn't matter.
Takes some time there, folds
Just happy
the
it wasn't
pocket
me.
pair.
You happy
Chip leader
closing two doubling
Justin.
out, or what?
Oh, I would have gave him the chip.
King 4 suited out of the small blind.
There's no commentary for this, is
You
there?
can see Nick has the
think there
Jack
is.
10
There
off.
is?
I think so.
Looking kind of.
Yeah,
Two of
super
the
boring
biggest
to not
stacks at
have.
the
Yeah.
table. In a blind versus
Wonder who's doing
blind
it.
situation, we may
One of the poker
probably
news guys,
will
I think.
see this
He's in the
pairing
beginning.
Who is it?
a lot today.
One of the poker news guys, I think.
And as we can see,
I mean, he
equities,
was-
they're
he did poke
essentially
news in
flipping,
Vegas.
but at the same time, Justin, like we talked about, is going to have that opportunity to put all the pressure he wants on Nick. Even with having a big stack beside you, you never feel comfortable, just having that chance.
So a little pressure here from Justin, raising pre-flop. Nick defending in the big blind. We go to a flop. Ace, Queen, 9, rainbow. Nobody improves. Percentages slightly flip to Nick.
But we're going to see if Justin decides to continue here, keep his foot on the gas. If he does, Nick's hand might just find the bin pretty quickly, but let's see. Flops a gutter.
A small bet of 500,000. Chip denominations here, as you can see very clearly with these two players. Red chips 25,000 in value. White chips 100,000 in value. Those brown chips that Nick just slid in and Justin slid in, 500,000 in value. So we have a bet and a call. Nick pairs on the turn. Jeremy.
6 of them?
If you're Justin, are we shutting down here or where are we at?
6, 4.
I think with an ace-high board, you're going to think that he might keep his foot on the gas, but after Nick comes along for a call, there's a very good chance, and it looks like he's reaching for some of those big 500K chips here.
This
He's
looks
looking
like
like a
it's
chunky bet.
going to be chunky. I was going to say meaty. We were on the same wavelength there, Jeremy. 3 million. And a lot of pressure. You talked about big stack pressure, being able to apply it. Nick with middle pair towards the bottom end of that middle, kind of range, under immense pressure. And you have to imagine a third bullet's coming, right?
100%. Like I said, even in position, you're still facing the chip leader. It just doesn't feel good to be facing this on the turn with middle pair, third pair, and an open ender. It's so easy to call this here, brick the river, and then just get piled on even. You
Yes.
never know what's going to happen. So, again, we may see his cards hit the bin here, but let's see, man.
Good think from Nick here. And why not?
Comes with call.
Comes with
Nick came
call.
to battle. Let's go.
We will see a river. There is over 10 million in the pot. And the board pairs another queen on the end. And now, Justin, this is maybe make or break time at this final table. Not even going to try to predict where we're going here because really, really tough spot and a lot of other stuff at play. ICM, other stacks. History between these two players, which maybe we don't know that there is, right?
Absolutely. And, from the perspective of Justin here, bluffing on a river board pair is never the best thing that you want to do. You got to figure that his aces, let's say they both have an ace. They're pretty much chopping at this point, so it's not necessarily good to try and fire out. Maybe you can try and get him off a chop, but in this specific scenario with him just having king high, with the board pairing on the river, it's not necessarily a spot where you want to go for a large bluff, and it looks like he's thinking that over right now.
I
But
want to be different.
who knows? Let's see if he goes for it. Comes a check.
We have a check and almost
check
an
back.
insta check
Yup.
from Nick.
All right, Nikki.
Let's go, Nick. Scoop it in, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe we have a new chip leader here.
As you can see,
Yes.
Nick Funaro, 55 big blinds, almost 23 million in chips. The new
that?
chip
In
leader
that-
at
in
the
that pot.
kickoff final table, and
9
that
million.
is
It's
how
like everyone's
easy
stacking that pot. What are you talking
things
about?
can sway, things can shift, where one hand,
One hand, and you'll notice too.
two bets, right, Jeremy?
two
Like
bets.
we're talking
Yep,
small,
Right.
little cuts
like
here,
11.
right?
Not even an all-in and a call. We just had a standard hand that, you know, led to somebody moving up to first and chips. So,
10,
and if you notice too from the
25,
graphics,
yeah,
with that double up, Drew
50.
moved up into third place in chips, which is
You don't wanna
such a
flip
better
it, though.
position to be, you know, navigating from where he was at. And, you know, from everybody on this final table, Drew having 2 online bracelets, some success. He's also a big cash player too, which I talked to him about briefly. Yeah, I'm excited for him. Let's see if he can get it done here on the East Coast.
Cool. Very cool. And the other thing that maybe we haven't talked about today is Ari Engel, who we haven't really even seen here. He's already folded this hand.
Right.
But, like, just the amount of experience there and the amount of experience that maybe is lacking across the board. You mentioned Drew, very, very skilled player, a lot of accolades and experience. But, you know, a player like Justin, a player like Yunkyu Song, heck, even a player like Nick Funaro, who is this chip leader, maybe not the experience, the pedigree as somebody like Ari Engel, but it doesn't matter here so much today, right? That's the beauty of the game. It's the beauty of poker.
Yeah, and Ari kind of has that luxury of, you know, as long as he comes in and he's just the guy that doesn't make mistakes, which I'll be honest, I played with him on day 2. He's just rock solid, man. I mean, obviously he's had a ton of success, but, you know, the guy,
10 to 50.
he backs it up by just being an extremely solid player. He just doesn't make a ton of mistakes pre-flop, and post-flop he knows where to put the pressure on and, you know, put his foot on the gas. So we'll see what happens here.
And maybe those, you know, decisions or mistakes pre-flop, like
I have a
when you
lot.
are, as we just saw,
Yeah, I
at
just
the
spent the
13
morning getting it.
10 big
Well,
blinds, 15
we
big
were
blinds
done
range, like
after
Ari is,
midnight, so I already got a bunch last night.
right?
and,
Because
100%.
morning,
as you
not
mentioned,
even a
so
sweat.
much money is in this ICM
many
strategy, these places.
times have you paid?
We need to be
Never.
very, very cognizant about that, and we
Neither
need
of
to
us have
be
paid.
perfect if we're going to,
Like,
you know, take ourselves
7
seriously.
100%.
Ari,
How do you know how
I
much
heard him
10,000
speaking
miles
with a few players
10,000 steps
yesterday,
is like-
even talking about like
10,000
5,
steps.
6
Like
big blind, shoving, calling
yeah, something
ranges.
like that.
What maybe the
10,000
average player isn't even thinking about, right?
And that's the difference in poker these days, man. I mean,
Gotta be a
the
gold
guys
player,
that are really having a lot of success, they are checking those boxes.
And we
They're-
promise not to get too in the weeds, right? So we won't.
but
And we will maybe get into the weeds here
Right.
with Nick and Ari because this has it maybe pegged out for a confrontation, right?
right. So we have the chip leader on the button, waking up with pocket eights, really strong hand in this position. Oh my gosh. Ari wakes up in the small blind with kings, and Teapot wakes up with ace king in the big blind.
Look at the look on Teapot's face.
Dude,
He wants him to shove so bad, right? But
So-
he has no idea.
100%. So Ari's going to put it in here, but the thing that I was mentioning before is with Nick, the chip leader, opening on the button, Ace King is actually in a really rough position here out of the big blind, because once Ari puts this in, which I'm pretty sure he's going to, obviously, unless he goes for an... Okay, so he goes for a non-all-in 3-bet.
Very, very sneaky from Ari Engel. $3.2 million, excuse me, chips is the 3-bet. And now if you're Teapot with Ace King in the big one,
Chips it.
maybe the only option? Now action back on Nick.
Nick lets it go. Ari's
Nick
going to snap, and here we
smartly
go, guys.
passes,
Here we go.
And it is a huge spot for Ari Engel to
Yep.
get, as you can see, over 12 million. That would put him in the middle of the pack, coming in as the short stack in this hand. Just needs to fade one ace at this point. Ace 7-7,
Ooh.
going from flush to maybe bust. One out. Ari Engel is looking
Queen on
for.
the turn.
Two on the river.
That's going to
Ari
be it
Engel,
for Ari.
maybe the most experienced player. I should say, definitely the most experienced player at this table. The most experienced player at most tables, I will say.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Eliminated in 8th place, taking home just over 46 $1,000.
And they may not show it, but every player at that table just took a small sigh of relief that he did not get all those chips from that pot, because in his hands, that is a brutal situation. And I know Nick, who was sitting to his direct right, was probably very, very happy about him not getting that double also. But here we are, man. So Teapot coming in, getting the knockout. Everybody just makes a big ladder.
And ace 2 is
the
pretty
magic
much
hand.
flipping with kings or something.
I mean, it's not possible for it to be actually random.
Yeah.
Like truly.
Players talking about how
I hit a
ace
I
anything,
got it.
usually
like,
flipping against
a lot
pocket
of, like,
kings.
computer
right.
stuff.
Yeah,
Not
like
a
always
computer
the
can't be
case,
random or
but
something.
man, it does feel like it.
100%. There's something about having kings, and I don't care if it's ace deuce. You just don't feel good when they flip over that ace. You know what I
You know a
mean?
lot about computer.
Because they have outs. They have immediate outs. We don't like that.
100%. It's not a fun time.
So a little bit of shuffling
Nikki, what did you
within the chip stacks to start. Ari Engel
Eights?
going
Pocket eights?
from maybe middle of the road to out. Teapot now.
Did you go to
Was
college?
he the chip leader, Jeremy?
Did you go
I
to
don't
college?
believe I saw a final
Did you go to
count,
college?
but we will get that
Actually,
soon.
Yeah.
But again,
Where?
as we
Oh, nice.
lose players,
What was
we
your
may
major?
see some players open up. We may see some players tighten up.
Are you a football fan? You
I
rooting for
think a
them?
lot of what we will see
You don't
here is
care.
just going to be dictated by hands. That's what we've seen maybe so far. Justin, one time going for it, 2 barrels, but haven't really seen any unstandard plays yet. Right, Jeremy?
No, not at all. And I mean, again, until we have a couple players eliminated, it's going to be a lot of
Playing
all-ins.
online poker?
But
no, I
Nick
actually, like,
waking up in the cutoff here with ace jack off.
Bronze poker
That's not
in
going
the
to get any
month.
action.
Quarter
On to the next.
Wow. How did you learn?
Okay, yeah. So we still have Nick in first place with 55 bigs.
Yeah.
Teapot moving right up the line to 42. Justin, who came in as the chip leader, sitting happily in third right now. I think he,
Yeah.
keeping calm.
And with 6 of the final table players over 20 big
you get it?
blinds, only Brett under 10 big blinds. Again, the shift kind of focuses on Brett now, where all eyes will be on him, and all players will kind of be waiting for his elimination, right? Because one player leaves, the rich get richer.
100%. You know, not to beat a dead horse here, but yeah, you know, folding makes you money in these positions when you're in those middling stack territories.
You got good grades?
Yeah.
I was the very best.
Shocker.
I barely graduated. I'm proud of graduating. Finance major.
Do you have any brown chips?
No.
Okay, RBA.
Yunkyu song. Trying to figure out how much Brett has before he acts on his hand,
You have like 8 million.
standing up and pointing and asking as opposed to just looking
now,
like most
like,
of the other players.
9.3.
Martin Cabral in him.
I still can't get over that look that Teapot had in that ace king hand.
Oh
Just
my
the
God.
eyes shooting back and forth to Ari, almost like he kind of knew that
Yeah.
ace king was it, that hand.
Right.
We see Nick
There
as
it
the
is.
chip leader,
Yep.
continuing to apply pressure. We've seen him do it with premiums. This is a queen 8 that against tighter players who are maybe a little bit too ICM conscious.
Right.
We saw Teapot fold some pocket pairs earlier. Nick is going to apply pressure here, and I think he's going to apply it well.
Yeah, and if you'll notice, Nick opening up kind of what you would think is a non-standard hand here, but you know, I do think the big blind's going to defend here with King Jack off. However, you know, this is a situation where King Jack can easily put his hand in the bin here, just trying to ladder up and not try and get in a situation where, you know, he flops bad. But I think we're going to see a check.
Like this exact situation
Right.
where we are short, we're calling with King Jack offsuit in the big blind, and then we are just totally whiffing, and we almost have to check, and Nick can now apply pressure. And I think this is going to become something that we see a lot today.
Yep.
And it's just going to be a matter of if players can find the right points to play back at Nick.
Right.
I have a feeling that his aggression is not going to stop.
Nick is, even at 21 years old, a very, very solid player. I saw him when I was down in the Bahamas. Really, really solid player along with his brother. Yeah, he knows these positions. He knows the pressure points, and he knows, what he needs to do. Yeah, so
Has Mykhailo Lendel, has he found maybe a pressure point? Is he
7.5
thinking of doing something, dare I
he's
say,
got that
kind of
look. Here we go.
crazy here? But this is going to be a check raise as we're cutting out.
Let's go, Mykhailo. Let's go.
Here we are, flopping, whiffing. Be quiet, Will and Jeremy.
Yeah,
Mykhailo
what do
is
we
like,
know?
okay, I got this.
Yep.
Pretty sick check raise there, and hasn't played a hand yet.
Right.
His first action at the final table.
I love it. Let's go, man. Now we're seeing some poker. Come on.
Yeah, and very serious. No showing, no smiling.
Nope.
It's-
This guy's locked in.
That's something to watch.
Yeah.
And took me by surprise.
And
honestly,
he's saying, I'm not settling.
gonna call out the red
I'm
for
going
sure.
for that win, man. I love it.
Do you know if they're going to color up the reds or not?
wow,
For
a lot
sure.
of fun. And
Not sure when.
I still think we're
Yeah.
going to see
This is their
continued
last
pressure.
small
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
He gets
He's already
check raised
forgotten about
once.
it. Yeah.
Oh, what a cool line.
Right.
He's already forgotten about it.
And the hard fold for
you
him.
need to do that if you want to be a good poker player.
100%. You have to have a very short memory for stuff like that. So,
Like a goldfish.
yes, exactly.
They want to know when I can bring up the red. Also,
So we're just catching up on the graphics here. Folding, folding, folding. And now we're in a small blind versus big blind situation. Both players holding an ace. Mykhailo limps.
Yep.
And we do not expect to see a check and a flop. Right now from Drew, we expect to see him to put in a raise, right, Jeremy?
100%. Yeah. He's just got too much hand, I think, to let this go to a flop for free. So,
How does this become different if Mykhailo is raising to enter the pot? If that is the case, do you think we see all in pre or not?
yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, I think it mixes. I'm sure there's some flats in Drew's range with ace jack off, but again, Drew, very experienced player. He may be finding some piles in that situation too.
I've said it once. I've said it. I'll say it again. Very deliberate,
100%.
and rightfully so.
Yeah, Drew's got a lot of factors that he's got to deal with here. I believe he just shipped it.
Wow, that is a very, very big raise.
Yeah.
Would put Mykhailo all in if he is to call.
And this is what it is, man. Just he can put all the pressure on the middling stacks here. Even if he has him covered by one chip, you do not want to be that next guy that bows out.
You're rolling it, right?
And maybe
really
Mykhailo is
good.
setting himself up to get away easily and cheaply here, just with the limp pre, but
Potentially.
You're welcome. I got you 21.
And he lets it go. Nice jam by Drew.
just end it right there.
100%, man. Let's not mess around. Let's not get cute. Let's just put his hand in the bin real fast.
So yeah, it's one of those things that's like
And that's one of
you
my
feel
favorite
bad,
parts
like
about
anti-sweating people.
poker in
or
general,
just, like,
yeah.
the
Watching,
nature of final
commentating.
phase.
Yeah, I know.
It's like
here we are talking about
that's
one or
what
two
she
things
said.
that
I mean,
a
how
couple
can you
newer
not,
players
right?
could do,
It's like-
You have
thinking
to.
about a few
You have
others
to
in
do
our
it
heads,
yourself.
right? And then it's all in. And the options and the things that are going through Drew's mind there, I would love to pick his brain about them. But
Yep.
what I'm getting at is that there are so many ways that that hand could have played out.
Yep.
And both of them playing maybe to their strategies, one aggressively, one a little bit less so.
Mykhailo had an ace in a blind versus blind scenario. You can easily find a raise there.
Good hand.
There could be a scenario where he finds a limp and then a back jam. There's 100 different ways that could have went. It's very, very interesting to see how it plays out. Teapot waking up with jacks in the hijack.
This
Think-
will not be a pocket pair that he folds.
Yes.
That is a guarantee.
Definitely going to be coming in for a raise here. Goes 1.1 million, I believe.
I believe we have seen the blinds and antes increase 250, 500,000 with a 500,000 big blind ante. So Brett, our shortest stack, even shorter. Everyone even shorter.
Oh, and Drew wakes up with kings.
Oh my goodness.
These guys are
Drew
deep. This is very interesting.
in the small blind with pocket kings, almost 13 million. These are
17 million?
second and third in chips on a collision course.
Strap in, guys. We're going to see some chips go in the middle here.
The hijack raised to 1.1. Drew O'Connell counting out his stack.
And I mean, it's the tiny stuff too. You know, Teapot just saw him jam last hand, blind versus blind, right? I mean, these little things come into your mind, you know. So it's an interesting dynamic.
And the same thing in Drew. He just jammed, right?
Right.
His perceived level of aggression, right, may be different than what it actually is to other players.
100%.
I think that this is going to be the hand that
3.8
I don't want to say maybe decides the tournament, but it could.
And he just goes call. Oh, he does 3-bet. My fault. It looked like he was just putting a call in. I'm sorry. So he 3-bets.
We're a little too eager here.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
graphics.
But so he goes with a not all-in 3-bet, 3.8 million.
What a tough
What do you start
spot
with?
Yeah.
for Teapot.
11?
I mean, you
13.
certainly
It is
can't
13.
fold.
You certainly can't fold. You feel very weird and awkward calling on
Right.
maybe most flops. And then what happens, right?
Right.
Like, even if it comes 10 high and Drew is just barrel, we are calling down a lot to go into this decision and a lot of ICM pressure too.
100%. And he has Drew covered by a few chips too, if I'm doing that math correctly.
Yes.
So this is, very interesting spot that he's trying to figure out here.
And as mentioned, no shot clocks throughout the Winter Poker Open, so we will see players take their time when they need to.
Yep.
And
Comes with call.
comes with call, and we have two very big pocket pairs heading to a very big flop with almost 9 million chips in the middle.
Strap in, guys. Six, 4, 6 flop. I don't see how Teapot can get away from at least 2 streets here.
With 9.3 million in his stack to the 8.6 million in the pot, where are we if we're Drew? Are we trying to maybe play slow? Or are we trying to milk our way into the pot? Or are we going with that
0.5
blunt object like we did maybe last hand?
He came with what I think is going to be about a quarter pot, which is really exactly where you want to be. When you have kings, you want to be able to get the money in clean on the turn, I think, here. Get some value on the flop. He knows he's
Those are
never
stats of
even
red,
really
right?
probably going to fold
Yeah.
out ace highs, ace queen type hands with a small quarter pot bet. So he's able to get some value on the flop here, and then it's just such a small stack to pot ratio on the turn then.
This bet on the flop does exactly what Drew wants to do on the turn.
Right.
Amazing.
I think he's setting himself up for a turn jam, but
And when you're against a hand like Jack here, it's the perfect size.
100%.
Because the player is never running away scared.
exactly.
So now 14 million almost in the middle, and the winner of this hand will be the final table chip leader.
Queen paint, but not the paint the Teapot needed there on the turn. And we only have about half pot back here. Like I said, I just don't see how these chips don't go in right now.
And the queen could be cause for concern. It is an overcard to the jacks, but we then have to kind of snuff out what Drew's range is that includes queen, right?
Right.
We can run through very quickly ace, queen, king, queen, maybe. But we're starting to kind of lose a little bit there. And I don't know, would you be in this situation running for the hills with jacks after a turn comes like this.
It's so tough because you have to know that these guys did a little bit of research on their opponents before the tournament started or before the final table started. And if there's one of a couple players at this table that are capable, it's Drew. And so this can still be ace king high. That's where it gets really really tough. It doesn't have to be kings in this situation. There it is.
Count.
Chips are going in the middle, and just disgusted. Just a brutal spot for jacks here.
It's one of those brutal spots, but it's also, as you're kind of sitting there with jacks, probably one that you're expecting. So I don't think that Teapot is literally surprised by this, but I do think that we are going to see some think here.
Yep.
And I think he's going to end up coming with call, but we've seen him play, I will say, relatively on the tighter side pre. Jacks are a different story, but this might be a spot where with 10 million, can he look around the rest of the table, say, this player's shorter than me, this player's shorter than me, I want to make a pay jump? It's such a tough spot when you've already committed those chips, though.
This is what ICM jail feels like right here. Because with, let's call it 55 players left in the tournament or something like that, you are just you have such a higher probability of putting those chips in the middle. Yeah. But when all the money's up top at a final table like this, this just becomes such an incredibly tough spot. And like I said again, to reiterate, Drew is such a capable player in this spot. Guy with a ton of accolades, 2 bracelets. This is the spots where you win tournaments. This is the spots where you lose tournaments. So this is a brutal spot. I do not envy the position that Teapot's in right now.
2 bracelets for Drew O'Connell.
Yeah.
2 kings, 2 big hands. And like I said earlier, the winner of this hand will be the final table chip leader. And for either player, that would mean coming from middle of the pack to 6, 7-handed, really being in a position to run the show.
How lucky are we? We've gotten some action right off the bat, man. I am stoked.
We are about an hour in or so, and man, is it a lot of fun.
Teapot's got the chips in hand. He has palmed a couple 500K chips. Will he put some back? There it is, into the bin. Nice fold, man.
Fold of the day.
Nice fold, man. Not an easy thing to do. Nice fold, dude.
And a great fold, correct, Jeremy. And as we see that leaderboard, maybe a little bit of what I was saying, where we just don't want to go broke this hand.
Nope.
Because there are shorter stacks, because there's so much left up top in the higher spots where I don't want to say who cares if we're wrong there. If Drew just stole that pot with ace king or so, like you were saying, so be it. We're still in the tournament.
100%. And you know what's an interesting dynamic too is we have no idea where some of these players are essentially at in their career, in their poker career, right? You could be a super experienced guy and you're literally going for the win and you're like, this is a chip lead pot. I have a very good hand. I'm going for the win. I want to put this in. Or you may be a kind of guy that's like, hey, look, this money, every single pay jump means so much to me right now. This is a spot where I'm a little bit earlier in my career. I need to find, those pay jumps where I can because this money means so much to me. There's so many factors that go into a spot like that. But hey, kudos where kudos are due. He found a really good fold there, and he's still sitting with 21 bigs. I mean, he has a completely workable stack for the remainder of this final table.
Whole tournament ahead of him.
Yep.
And just in terms of experience and accolades, we've talked about Drew O'Connell. Teapot just crossed at the end of last year over $100,000 in career earnings.
Let's go.
A great accomplishment that he can beat in one fell swoop here.
There you go. That's what I'm
easily.
saying, man. Yep.
And I think that this is the cool part about these big field. It's an $800 buy-in event. I'll call it a low buy-in, right? Won't get too big there, but these fields bring out every type of player, right? Ari Engel, the most accomplished WSOP circuit player of all time, versus players at this final table who have less than 100,000 in earnings. Nick Funaro, 21 years old. He's can't even been able to gamble for more than a year, right? So like the coming together within these fields is so cool to see, and those are the storylines that we hope to share through these live streams, but also if you are following along outside of the live streams,
8,
poker.org,
10,
covering the entire Winter Poker
Round
Open
11.
with instant
Yes.
coverage, editorial
12.
coverage, social media coverage. These are the stories that you will be able to see throughout the Winter Poker Open off these live streams, on editorial, on the websites, instant.poker.org for all Winter Poker Open updates.
Got to give a shameless shout out to the team over at poker.org. I'm really, really lucky to get to work with them towards the end of this series here. Great group. And yeah, like Will said, instant.poker.org. Make sure you're going over there to check out all the action.
Good group, good flop for Mykhailo right here.
Good
Top
cutoff
two
versus big
pair.
blind. Yes, cutoff versus big blind situation. Let's see what happens here.
No club in Justin's hand, so just drawing, as you can see in the top right corner, 2 queens as outs.
And again, you're in that situation where even if even if this were to go check and the queen landed on the turn, you still don't feel good. I mean, on a monotone flop, but I mean, you feel a lot better. But,
Certainly
but his card's fine to bin. We're gonna move on to the next hand here.
neck and neck at the top between Nick Funaro and Drew O'Connell, 2 New Jersey, I'll call them homegrown players. How does that sound, Jeremy?
Yeah, and that's the other thing I'm really excited about. I am from the greater Philadelphia area, and I have always been a huge proponent about the amount of really excellent players coming from the tri-state area. So I'm really, really excited that Borgata is putting them on showcase here, man. There's a lot of really, really great players that come from the New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland area, and yeah, man, I'm so excited that it's getting showcased here on the East Coast. It's really, really exciting stuff.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Mykhailo waking up with a hand that he can open from the hijack. Goes ahead and lets it go. Drew, I believe, sitting in second in chips, still right behind Nick. He's got a pair in the cutoff here.
6.2.
2 shorter stacks behind him. I believe he's going to want to be raising this up.
And I know I've mentioned it a few times, deliberate, I'll say it again, but
1 million.
as an online player,
Raise my hand.
all of your information right at your fingertips, right?
Right.
Other players' chip stacks, blinds, things like that. Drew might just be counting along, might just be trying to put all those digits on a physical item as opposed to a computer screen, right?
Absolutely, yeah. He's look, when you get up to the point, you know, that Drew is with having as much success as he's had, he is taking into account every single thing, calculating big blinds, making sure he knows where he's at, knowing where the shorter stacks are at, knowing where the bigger stacks are at, knowing who he doesn't want to mess around with, knowing who he wants to put pressure on. So, yeah, I'm not surprised that he's deliberate and taking his time on every single one of these decisions here.
Wouldn't you, Jeremy?
Of course, 100%. Yes.
We'd be remiss to
Yes.
not take all of our time to think of these decisions. I will give that an opportunity to commemorate or commend you on your first tournament cash of the new year in this
Yeah.
event.
1.1.
I did.
I'm sorry I didn't look at the results sheet. Place, payout, what do we got here?
Well, I couldn't be happier because although I busted in 181st place in this very tournament, I satellited into it for $160 through one of the many awesome satellites that Borgata is running throughout this series. So, yeah, I'm in for $160, out for $17.77, and I still also have a ticket left to the 500 almighty million. So yeah, man, and I can't complain about busting a little bit early, but I got to play with Ari and got to play with Drew on day 2 there. They were both at my table, but yeah, couldn't bring this one home, but maybe we'll have some luck in the almighty.
Maybe
Who
in the
knows?
almighty.
Yeah, man.
Congratulations. A lot of success ahead for you, I hope.
Appreciate it.
And maybe some confrontations ahead here with ace 9, ace 6, king jack out there in cutoff dealer small blind in close proximity.
Yunku's going to open up the 1.1 million from the cutoff with ace 9. Pretty standard open here. Let's see what Nick does out of the small blind. He has a hand he could absolutely 3-bet, and I think that's where his head's at right now.
And Yunkyu Song opening off of just over 7 million.
Yeah.
So having to take that into consideration if you're Nick, certainly. Let's see what he comes with.
Yeah. Just playing it safe. Probably a spot where that mixes between 3-bet and fold.
And the look on his face afterwards
money.
kind of said that,
I,
right?
I think he
different
I think
day,
he wanted to
different
put the
hand.
I think he wanted to put the 3-bet in, but
You seem like
you know,
you had
when a
a-
guy opens all
you made a
14
big
bigs,
play
you
down
have
here,
to you got to be slightly
time.
cautious
Gotta
that
give him
if you
some credit.
got to give him
You
some
seem happy.
credit, you know,
Fold is
and
good.
and
You seem happy about the fold.
doesn't feel good when you get
Seem
piled
happy
on
about fold.
out of position either. So
I didn't mind. I don't mind. Until he busts, I'm happy about any fold. Even if I have aces, I'm happy about fold.
was that Drew maybe trying to get a little bit of information?
don't
Were
think
you
like-
happy about
like
that
he was
fold? Did you like
changing
that
the-
fold? Were you looking for a call?
Some
there?
other
What's
guy
going
has
on?
ace king.
I like it. Every little bit of information matters.
Inquiring minds. And
cannot
now
Ace can't go home.
we see Mykhailo with king 4. That will
didn't.
most likely hit the bin. Ace king suited for Drew, not.
Guy's getting hit with the deck right away. I mean,
Good way to start a final table,
no
right?
question, man.
And if it's a sign of things to come for the year, then Drew O'Connell, everybody better be on the lookout, right?
Be aware.
We do not see Yunkyu Song's cards as it stands. He is in the tank, though, in the hijack.
Yeah,
Looks like he's eyeing up some other stacks across the table. This is, I
1 million
think,
club.
something we've seen before. We will continue to see it.
Yeah, he's gonna fall there. Nick, a potential suitor on the button here with ace 9.
Would pit the two bigger stacks against one another.
And that very well could be going through his head. You know, against anybody else, this might be, you know, a spot to put pressure on. But against, you know, yeah, there you go. Against the other biggest stack at the table, you just really don't want to get involved with, you know, let's call it a non-premium hand.
Oh wow.
Can get through. Easy pickup there for Drew. No complaints. Never a problem picking up chips with, you know, with no showdown or anything. Can't complain.
And we have not really been keeping tabs on Brett because there's been action, there's been big stacks changing.
Yeah.
We did just see that Brett is down to 2 big blinds
Two
in the
big
small blind.
Yep.
I'm going to have to do some quick pencil math here, but I don't think that he's going to really have many more opportunities.
Yeah.
And we may not even really see him be able to play his big blind again. So
Yep.
now or never maybe for Brett. Tough spot to be in.
100%. And again, this is where when you're one of those middling stacks looking around the table, you see I've got a guy that has 2 big blinds, and if I let him bust, I make thousands of dollars.
I have a guy
you
who's
know?
1 foot out the door. Let's not keep him inside much longer, right?
Again, folding is going to make you money, and then conversely to that, you know, Nick, Drew, they can look at that situation and go, okay, you want to wait for him to bust? Cool. I'm just going to pick up all the blinds in the meantime. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. Nick probably considering right here, this might be a hand that I might open if somebody didn't have 2 big blinds, but since they do, I don't feel like getting piled on. But what do I know? He's just going to go for it. Boom. Million in.
And even worse than having 2 big blinds is getting dealt 5-3 offsuit
Yep.
when you do.
Woof.
I feel like he used a little bit of his run good on the first hand.
I
with
know.
Pocket aces. Couldn't get that second double, though. But, hey, his presence at the table will dictate and affect some other decisions, especially Mykhailo,
Yeah.
right? You know, not defending
Bun's
a
good.
king-9 offsuit. Yep. A lot of things in play, but number one being, and maybe we don't look too further into it than this,
Yeah.
a guy, like I said, has a foot out the door.
Right. Yeah, I think in multiple other situations we see him defend there, but chips are just so precious at this point in the tournament. I mean, every chip is worth thousands of dollars.
No. You're killing us.
I know.
You know who's still being alive?
One of
We were
our
put in a tough
excellent
spot.
floor staff here at the
One that put
Borgata
it
coming
in.
in to give some information to the players.
Smooth sailing through the first week.
Yeah, man.
Over 3,500 players for this event.
Yeah.
The first Winter Poker Open,
you
the
picked
first Winter
Okay.
Open, or excuse me, the first
Yeah.
Poker Open in a handful of years. Borgata picking up where they left off. A lot of the same names and faces that created Borgata Poker Opens of past so successfully. So
Listen.
a huge credit to the team here and a lot of success coming, not
Yeah.
only the rest of the series, but for the time being. You said Borgata's back. You said the East Coast's back.
Borgata's back,
It's
East
true.
Coast back, and I mean, it's just, oh, we got it going in. Brett finds an ace on the button. He's going to stick those in, and this is tough for Drew. He kind of has to call with basically any two. Too big. You see him laughing. He's like, I have such a bad hand. I don't want to put this in here.
Do you need a dice?
Yeah, like.
Man, he flicks it in.
Oh, boy. I'm dominated.
Dominated.
They're having
but
fun with it.
Yeah, yeah.
150.
He knew what his job was there. Unfortunately, he's got to do a little bit of the dirty work for the rest of the table. That
Do you
is sort of the
wanna win this or no?
responsibility of the big stack.
And the rest of the
Well, he called,
table,
so he-
they are
he
hoping,
lost it.
praying for a 10.
Fold if
Praying,
you don't want to win it.
praying. They are unfortunately anti-sweating Brett really
If I
bad.
had more chips and they had
Get
less,
Brett up
that
to
would be
about
different.
5 big blinds. It would be a
Yeah.
huge increase for him. Let's see. 6, 6, 4. Both players find a
almost
pair.
They have some
Six-
opportunities
six-
though.
Yes, definitely.
He might not get that double
Some
necessarily.
interesting bystanders. A queen on the turn, no change. Drew 10%. Needs a 10, a 6, or a 4.
Den on the river. Let's go.
Brutal.
Now I can go.
Oh my gosh. I am sorry, Brett.
Nice playing with you.
Good luck, man.
GG's, my friend. But for your effort, you
Now
will
you go
still
crazy.
be
You didn't go
taking
crazy in the
home
beginning.
quite the payday of $67,882.
Seven.
Really excellent showing from
right?
Brett here. Came in short on the final table, was able to spin it up to, hey, at least one pay jump after Ari found his exit. So can't complain about a $67,000 payday, man.
Sick.
You
No,
only
Brett went
chips,
to
right?
bed
You
last
hear me
night,
back.
8 of 8. If you were to say when you woke up, we're going to let you ladder once,
Yep.
I think he'd take
He would be
coming
stoked.
back
Yep.
with a handful of big blinds.
Yes.
I'll take
Definitely
this.
be stoked.
I don't want to
And,
be like,
Professional.
talk about
I know
stoked.
what's
Drew
going on,
O'Connell,
right?
stoked, stacked, whatever you want to call it.
10 on the river. My goodness.
is this one or this one?
He was also short stack yesterday, right?
Oh.
Mountain of chips in front of Drew, the chip leader still,
Unless I have.
and
Oh, yeah, he was on my table.
I think that we will see him apply pressure. We've seen some tight play otherwise, but maybe potentially this final table will open up a bit now that we don't have like,
this?
a super short.
It's okay?
Yeah, going back to what we were talking about poker being back at Borgata, the players across the tri-state area used to live for the quarterly events at this place, and so,
Players across the country. dare I
yeah,
say.
yeah,
And,
man.
Maybe this final table, this event, maybe a little
So
bit
now
more
you can go
regional
crazy?
focused, but
Right.
Now I can go
as
crazy.
bigger
Okay.
events, mystery
fun.
bounty,
Before you played well, right?
big
No craziness.
$1,000 plus
went
events
crazy
throughout
before.
the week leading into the championship, and a $5,000 championship. That's going to bring out some of the big dogs.
100%. Yeah, it's cool being in here after some time away. as lame as it sounds, bankrolls have been made and lost in these hallowed walls, my friend. And yeah, you know, this is a perfect example of it here. Early in somebody's career, a quick 400K jump up in your pocket is not a bad thing. So
Changes so much.
it changes your life. That's the cool thing about, that's the amazing, beautiful thing about poker. It can be devastating, but at the same time, it genuinely does change people's lives. And, you know, there's a very real possibility that we may get to see that here today. So.
6.
Drew getting a little accounting done as he sits in the small
6.5,
blind with
Very deliberate.
as he sits in the small blind with what we'll call a non-premium hand with the 8-3 offsuit. Yeah, he's didn't really have much.
Neat. Maybe a huge neat right here.
Wait,
He's
king
gonna be
queen?
nice. Show him that he
He's putting it in with that.
I knew.
action. He wasn't folding anything.
Drew and Yunkyu have seemed to have a little bit of a back and forth.
Before I came, you know, in the booth, I was kind of just paying attention to everybody. Seems like Youngku's got quite the good spirit. Always a smile on his face. I appreciate that at a final table as big as this, you know.
Yunkyu showed when Drew folded in the small blind. Drew shows
in
it
the beginning.
too friendly for me.
Yeah, I won't
jams
bluff,
there,
but
right?
at the
I was
same
looking for,
time,
like, Queen Jack, Jack 10 kind of hand.
I fold those. I don't play those.
You don't play those?
Nope.
I'll play
Wow.
with you there.
TJ neat.
there you go, yo. I don't play those from Drew.
Lot of fun. 6 players remain at this final table, the kickoff event of the Borgata Winter Poker Open, powered by BetMGM Poker, live streaming from the Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa in Atlantic City. We're going to be here all day until we crown a winner in Event 1, but we will also be here all month long, whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, or through our media partners, poker.org. 9 total live streams through the Winter Poker Open schedule, first of which was last night, second of which today. More coming over the coming weeks. Big action at Borgata, bigger events. I hate to say that it's all going to get bigger from here, but kind of.
Yeah, we have honestly some really sick events coming up here. On the lower side, $500, $1 million guaranteed in the almighty million that's coming up in just a couple days. A huge mystery bounty. There's going to be some massive bounties that get pulled during that.
Somebody, we're talking about life-changing feats of poker, right? Somebody within the mystery bounty tournament is going to win a grand prize of $500,000.
$500K.
Outside of the payouts.
Yep.
For knocking a player out, for picking an envelope out of a bin.
Just walk up there, just boom, just pluck a little $500,000 action. No big deal, you know. Just at the Borgata, hanging out.
one gonna move?
Well, you know, a little $500,000. Just snag it right out of there. Oh man, I can't wait for the mystery bounty. That's gonna be awesome.
Cannot wait also, and really, really excited for just everything that has to be
So I don't need to move my chips.
coming up on the schedule. Yeah. A ladies live event stream, a PLO specific live event stream, and a high roller, high stakes live stream as well.
Really excited.
On top of just massive final tables, and push the BetMGM Poker agenda here a little bit, a online hybrid event that is going to start online in New Jersey, $1,000 buy-in, play down to a final table. We'll come back, play that live as well. So
I love it.
In total, 9 streams throughout the Winter Poker Open, the most Borgata has ever done for the biggest Winter Poker Open, the biggest poker open in Borgata history.
It's the new poker boom. It's back, baby. I am so stoked. All right, let's get back into the action here. Hollywood a little bit here.
He's been taking his time. I'm not going to say deliberate, but
Right.
he's been taking his time because the last time was 7 deuce, and now there's 9-2. He's just probably balancing, right?
100%. Drew wakes up with a decent hand here in the cutoff, the Queen 9 suited.
How does Drew's position to where Nick is, cutoff versus big blind,
20.
how does that play into what he can and maybe cannot do
14 now, Herbs?
from the cutoff.
Yeah, from earlier position, I think the queen nine probably just finds the muck pretty quickly. But he's going to come with a raise here, and I assume that's got to be in his head. You know that Nick, the chip leader, is in the big blind, but or sorry, maybe not the chip leader by this point. Okay, he's going to let it go. But yeah, no, he knows, but at the same time, he has a hand that is a clear open from the cutoff, and he doesn't want to, be letting anything past Nick at the same time. He's got to make sure that he knows I'm here to battle. I don't care that you're in the big blind.
Yo, when are
We're
you
going to
gonna
play
crazy?
pots if that's what it comes to.
He's still waiting for you, man. Why you go crazy?
Not now.
Not now?
Yeah.
You cooled off?
I don't have crazy hands. I cannot play crazy.
Okay.
Give me King Jack offset.
You go crazy?
Maybe.
When we have the opportunity, we're going to let you guys listen into the table as much as possible. And we talked about the different types of players that we could get at a final table like this, just with such a huge field. I think the other cool thing is a lot of these players have been playing together for a substantial amount of time now.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say that everybody's friendly, but like you start to build some rapport with people, right? So Yunkyu and Drew a little bit,
Right.
Teapot and Yunkyu, like just some good vibes, and we're playing for big money, but we can still have fun with it.
100%. It's fascinating to see different dynamics at final tables and the way people act. Really like regionally, and like I said, I'm a product of the East Coast area, and I can tell you that players like to like to use the table talk a little bit, like to mix things up,
He doesn't want to play
try and
Jack.
find some live reads. Poker's poker here on the East Coast for sure. So not your regular robots just sitting around. So
Good fold with ace high, right?
When you get a minute left.
It's funny at the table that much.
yeah,
Oh.
these guys, they're
I'd be in a good mood too.
They're keeping it light. They've already gotten two knockouts, one step closer to being in the six-figure pay range. They're doing okay. They've started off their year pretty well already.
Fold.
Are we on the six-figure bubble? Good question.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Sure does.
We are not
Not
quite,
yet.
but I'll call 95,000 100,000.
Yeah,
I would.
yeah,
I
yeah.
would make that deal.
Yeah, and
But-
this is every decision is riding on, the next pay jump alone is a nearly $30,000 pay jump. And
Yeah, just 40 buy-ins.
no big deal. Just a quick 40 buy-in pay jump.
Hands all within the same grouping here.
Category, yeah. Teapot. Interesting.
A tight fold in the small blind with
Yeah.
King Queen. Mykhailo with Jack 10 calling in the big. He and Nick will go heads up to a flop. 8, King 8, 2 diamonds. Neither player improves. Nick with a diamond with the best of it right now, but the last time we saw Mykhailo call out of the big blind and whiff on the flop, he check raised and won the pot against Nick. So
Yeah.
we're at it again.
We're at it again. Now, if I remember correctly, I believe that was a 2-3-4 board. Definitely a lot more advantageous to be putting in a check raise. This is a much tougher board to get a player away from a hand, especially out of position. But
Bet.
let's see a bet here.
Great point. Nick,
I
no,
wanted to-
undeterred,
But I couldn't.
going to be
Sorry.
betting 650 here.
As the pre-flop aggressor, this board's just going to favor him so much more. But Mykhailo, he's got a gutter. He's going to consider. Let's go. No biggie.
It looks like Nick moves over that 40 big blind mark, over 20 million. He and Drew O'Connell, the only two players over 20 million right now, but as you can see, the rest of the leaderboard in tight quarters.
Yeah, I expect to see Drew potentially put his foot on the
You have like 8
gas
million?
here pretty soon.
Let's see.
Is this with 6
4,
players left and those huge pay jumps coming like we
6.5,
talked about?
7,
Is this
like
maybe the
8.5,
inflection
like
point
8,
where
8.5.
you go a little bit more
Oh, maybe I cannot
aggressive,
go
or are
crazy.
we keeping it in line still,
Huh?
you think, Jeremy?
You've been going crazy.
Yeah, I mean the pay jumps are getting big, obviously, but I mean Drew's just such an experienced player. I
cannot
just
believe I'm recording
foresee,
this.
you know, him really picking
playing crazy
picking
this.
his spots well
Oh,
and just
okay.
knowing where to put the pain points
You know,
together.
I told you at the
and figure
beginning,
it
right?
out.
Only playing suited aces.
But you got to get the
Folding
cards
off
too.
the
You know,
aces.
sometimes
Okay.
sometimes the deck's just
But
not
not
going
ace
to work with you, no matter how aggressive you intend to be. You know, sometimes it just doesn't work out. But
So far, he's been on the right side of most of the encounters he's faced.
he's ran really hot so
Yeah.
far.
20.4.
Folds to Teapot's button. Ace-8 offsuit
Raise.
is going to come in for a raise.
Got a workable stack. Blinds are up, by the way, 300, 600, 600 big blind ante. Mykhailo going to get out of the way. I think Drew's going to have a pretty easy decision here with the old 9-4. Nice pickup.
Moves him back over 10 million, and Jeremy, you are correct. The blinds and antes are up, so these are going to be the antes for the next 40 minutes or so.
Just
As we
counting.
saw, though, compressing towards the bottom of the leaderboard, we're looking at 15 big blind teams, big blind stacks.
Yep.
That may find their way in over the next level or so.
Yeah, right now Mykhailo's sitting as the short stack with just 14 big blinds, but make no mistake, 14 big blinds can make waves in a final table like this. So
Double once, it's 30, and
yeah.
you're second in chips,
exactly,
right?
it's wild. You know, when you
The swings at a table like this, and
perfect.
compiling some stats on players as we headed into the overnight. Players that reach the final table, like those first, second, third payouts, that's where all the money is at,
Yep.
like you were saying. And there's a lot of good final table experience with Drew especially. Nobody else really at this table has much of that.
right.
That maybe is going to factor into what you were saying about Drew putting pressure on the rest of the table. But also, you have to take into consideration that
Oh,
career best scores already
I just forgot
locked
to
up
push.
for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these players.
So cool.
Whoa, these
It's
cards
so
are way
cool,
smaller.
but it
Oh,
adds
wow.
a
Yeah, what
different
the hell?
dynamic, and maybe Drew knows that or not. But
Yeah.
interesting to see if he can latch on to that and force some pressure. We saw
Right.
Wow, what happened with the cards?
It's like half the
come up
size.
earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are seeing some changing strategies, dynamics,
Definitely.
a little bit.
Definitely.
And we've seen Justin be fairly quiet, coming in as the chip leader.
Yep.
Took maybe, I'll call it, one stab in a pot against Nick.
Right.
With no pair, but for the most part, maybe hasn't really gotten the hands. He's been letting it play around him a bit.
Yeah, hasn't gotten the hands, and unfortunately, like you said, kind of had to sit on the sidelines a little bit as some pretty experienced players around him are piling in some chips. So that's got to be tough to have Drew to your right and Nick to your left.
And Teapot,
yeah, me, right?
ace
Crazy
eight
man.
back-to-back hands.
Yeah, I think it's time to
Opening
go.
the cutoff this time. And we have an all-in shove by Yunkyu Song for just
Crazy
over
man.
8 million. Says it's almost time to go. Not yet. The shove gets through ace-8,
Nice.
immediately hits the
Yep.
mark.
Yep.
Yeah,
With
you're
and,
too tight.
and
I don't
Yunkyu
know.
comes with a
I
smile,
had
of
to fold
course.
too.
He's
what?
he's totally okay.
I had to
with it.
fold you. You're too tight.
Had to fold to you. You're too tight. I hate to hear that.
As a player, the you're too tight or you're a nit,
I know, right, they're tiny.
really hits the heart. It's brutal to hear sometimes. You want to be the action player.
Very weird.
It's so unusual. We really
Yeah.
It'll work out.
Yep, yeah.
We just got used to the big ones.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, if we didn't give you enough reasons to come down to the Borgata, huge payouts, big fields, I'm telling you guys, come down for the Borgata tournament chipset alone. They have one of my favorite tournament chipsets I have ever played with. Those things are awesome. I believe they're ceramic chips. They are awesome. They shuffle almost perfectly. So just putting that out there. Just putting that out there.
If you like nice chips,
Yeah,
then this
if-
is also the place to be.
If you appreciate a good chipset, the Borgata has a very, very good tournament chipset.
And a few in play this week, this previous week, next week, because there's multiple events. We've been talking
Yeah.
about the big ones, the live streams, over 22 trophy events, over 20 secondary events. So over 10 million in guarantees. This event crushed the opening 2 million guarantee. So expect to see more of that. And we maybe expect to see a confrontation here between dealer, small blind, Drew, Yunkyu Song.
Okay, okay.
Drew again getting some accounting,
yeah,
getting
yeah.
a final count, exact count, it looks like.
Yeah. And I mean, without question,
Well, he
Drew's
miscounted
going
at
to
the
be
end of the
opening
night.
the king queen off from the button.
You put that he had more
Really
in his
just comes
bag
down
than-
to, you know, what's Yunkyu gonna? Ace four is a lot. Ace four suited specifically is a lot of hand.
So we've kind of determined that Drew will open. We
Right.
expect to see that. Is he taking any into consideration Yunkyu stack in terms of what he sizes at?
Most likely, I believe, typically in these situations, you know, you want to be opening closer to 3x than the kind of the standard 2x
1.2.
range. But it's going to be interesting to
1,200,000.
see what it goes with.
1.2 is the raise.
Goes flat to 2x raise, and Justin wakes up with 8s in the big blind too. This is an interesting spot.
3 big hands in close proximity.
Never mind timing.
Okay.
Ace 4 hits the muck. Pocket 8s, maybe not. We just mentioned how quiet Justin has been.
Need of an kitchen.
Early stages of this
I should
final
need
table.
of an
Came in as the
kitchen.
chip leader, now facing a button raise from the chip leader.
8s is obviously a lot of hand here. You're certainly not folding. I think it would be a bit of an overplay to find a raise here, but he's certainly going to see a flop. Might be in his head, maybe one of those see a flop, no set, no bet situations, but regardless.
Mullen.
Just over
12.9.
20 big
Yeah, sure.
blinds, and we have an all-in. Justin has moved all in for just under 13 million.
Again, what do I know?
What do I know either?
Put the
and
chips in the
what a
middle, my man,
huge portion
and
of
gets the
Drew.
fold from Drew. Let's go.
What a huge
25
portion of
gems.
his stack. Maybe the only
And it does good
size
thing.
that
It
works
does nice thing, yeah.
Honestly, like I said,
amazing aggression, amazing shove there from Justin.
excellent. Hey, he's been quiet, but look at that. Guys know when, you know, he knows how to pick his spots, knows when to
Came
put
in
the
as the
chips in
chip
play.
leader, maybe
Yeah,
as not for a reason, but
right,
they didn't just gift him those.
100%. Yeah.
Earned,
It's like 6,
earned,
8,
not
7.
given.
Nice play, Justin. Respect, my man.
Ace 9.
Shortest stack, Tanupat, King 10 offsuit, under 15 big blinds though.
Kyle on the hijack with the queen 6. Drew with the same hand as Teapot from the cutoff. Let's see here. Could be a hand we raise.
Better position, better
1.2.
stack.
Yeah.
Expect to see it.
Here comes with raise. Ace 5 quickly hits the muff.
I think this is what we may see, just an unrelenting wave
Lot of
from,
raise and
from
takings.
Drew, excuse me.
Yeah.
And not scared to do it either. Not tentative, opened, got 3-bet shove, the next hand.
Yep.
Let's do it again. See, are you going to play back at me again? That's
Yep.
what Drew's kind of basically saying.
Again, you got to have a short memory in this game. You know.
Okay, good.
Why aren't you using the red
Yeah, I'm
one?
enjoying the table talk between players in between.
They just
hands.
didn't want to do it.
Yeah, I know. Mid-level.
Oh, and as if the chip leader, needed any more help. Just quickly waking up with jacks and the hijack.
He had queens to start off. He had kings to win a big pot to take the chip lead. Now jacks. So Drew O'Connell starting his first final table of the year on fire.
2024, could it be his year? The year of Drew.
And when you are unrelenting in your aggression, when you are constantly putting pressure on players,
1.2.
there has to be a little bit of a feeling from their side of things that I'm getting pushed around.
100%.
And maybe most of the time you are, but these instances, when Drew has a pure hand, hard to really know where a player like that is at.
It leads to mistakes. It gets in people's heads. Everybody is, it can happen to anyone essentially. Like it gets in everybody's head. What do I do here? This guy's opened 7 hands in a row. What? He can't possibly have it every time, right?
7 hands in a row, maybe opening for Drew. 7s for Tanupat in the big blind with just over 10 big blinds. Those chips will be put into the pot, and Drew will call. We have another all-in confrontation. Drew O'Connell, the Event 1 chip leader, sitting pretty with pocket jacks. Tanupat, New York player, like I said earlier, just past the $100,000 career earnings mark. He needs some help to stay alive at this final table.
Here we go. Deuce, 10-3 flop. No help for the 7s.
Some backdoors with clubs, but yes, a lot of help needed for Tanupat.
Oh! 7 on the turn.
A 7 from heaven. And a queen ends it, and just like that, look at this new leaderboard. Tanupat from the bottom all the way into second place, now very even with Drew O'Connell. That's a game-changing, a final table-changing hand.
Game-changing final table hand. These are the spots that you have to win. These are the differences between the big scores and the small scores. Oh man, sick turn card.
And there's no preparing. Right? We are simply just playing our hands, and that goes the other way. Drew O'Connell maybe sitting on close to half the chips in play, 5-handed. Oh my, he could have maybe run away with this. We're now back congested.
Right
Could
back
be,
in it,
Could be
guys.
some dogfighting here.
Right
It's gonna
back
be
in
great.
it. Yep. And a brutal spot for Drew. He got it in good. He's been doing the right thing. He's been, raising the hands he's supposed to be raising. Just gets cooled off. Cooled off in a real big spot.
I think it's more than that. 1 million, 2 million. That's a stack of 2, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 5.
Dealer's cutting down.
6.
Teapot's
8.2.
stack here. Drew deliberate in his payouts as well.
Yeah, so I was going to say he is intently looking, making sure that this is sort of counted properly.
It's not 3, 4. 2, 4. Yeah.
And not that we
4,
are the
5.
governing body here, but I believe that about
7.9, I
7.6
think.
8.2.
was in Teapot stack, so dust may settle around 15 million or so. We will get an update.
I love
And
blasting.
5.4,
looks like
6.4,
we
7.4,
are-
7.9.
8.2.
Thought we were going to be heading on break, but it looks
She
like
said like
players are just-
4.6.
Yeah. It's worth noting, too, really cool setup here at the Borgata. You guys obviously see, the final table that's happening right in front of you, but right outside, almost on the other side of the camera, these players were able to bring a couple VIPs down to share the moment, share the live stream with them. So it's really, really cool that they get to have their family right outside. When there's all-ins, their families are sweating it right along with them in real time. So really, really cool stuff.
I want the hand. As soon as it's working, yeah, but
An updated look at the final table chip counts. 6 players remain, 2 of which under 20 big blinds, but then very, very
nothing.
tight
we're all paying, right?
through the top 4. And when blinds, antes are this big, Jeremy, 1-2 pots can shift the layout, especially when they're all in calls like that. But
100%. We already mentioned it, but you know the difference between one double up for the last place person puts them in second place in chips. I mean, it's wild.
we're flipping for a lot here.
Yeah, these are massive equity flips over and over again. I mean, it's
We're still sitting just outside of 100,000 for that
Yeah,
payout.
1.2.
We've had a few confrontations since then. Nobody's been eliminated. The next player out, $95,000.
Ooh, Drew raises from under the gun with the ace 10. Ace 10 suited pretty standard, and Nick's going to wake up on the button with pocket kings. Let's see what happens here, guys. I think, again, we're going to see some chips go in the middle. And, oh, man, a tough couple run of cards here, man. Such is life with the way these things work. You know, Drew just starts off red hot and then unfortunately gets cooled off, and he looks like he's going to potentially lose a few more chips here in this situation.
3 million.
This is another spot where we were talking about. This raise that's going to be coming from Nick can often just feel like this is the chip leader. They're trying to put pressure on me. You know, I just ran into a big hand. Maybe they can catch
He
me
or
on
she
tilt.
might be steaming.
Right,
They just got
right.
cooler. Tons of extracurriculars going into
Yep.
these decisions.
A lot of implications.
I'm
of-
really interested to see what Drew does
Yep.
here, facing a 3-bet from a stack that now all of a sudden covers him.
Right. Ace 10 suited a lot of hand here, too. These guys are sitting deep. This is a very interesting spot.
With about 15 million behind in the hand as well against King's Knicks. Knicks Kings.
And you want to battle. You have such a pretty hand when you look down at the ace 10 suited. You want to battle. It's so tough when these flips are just like we said, just such high value, high value plays that you want to put in. Even just to make the call here, you're putting thousands of dollars, in chip value, ICM value into the middle just by making the call here and trying to, realize your equity on the flop.
Mentioned it earlier, these two players both from New Jersey, so a little bit of a Garden State showdown here. Drew still in the tank, thinking through all of the options here.
He's gonna let it go. Good fold, Drew. Good fold. Let's play cautious. We don't have to be steamed up after we get cooled off in that last hand. Keeping a level head, and I know we've mentioned it about other factors, but keeping those emotions in check, understanding that just because I just lost a big hand doesn't mean that I have to lose another big one.
Forcing the action. Yeah.
Kudos to you, sir. Kudos to you.
Yeah, well done there. And as you could see, Nick extends his chip lead, the only player over 20 million. A lot of players still neck and neck through that that middle portion of the leaderboard.
Yunkyu under the gun, waking up with queens.
Starting the hand with just under 11 million.
Raising it up 1.3 as he should. Unfortunately, not a lot of hands behind him that are going to really get him too much action. Mykhailo doesn't want to get
9.5,
spicy
sure.
quite yet.
Not 9.6.
And Drew's going to find it in. Ooh. Suited hand. Maybe he wants to see a flop.
you happen to catch that from Song there?
No, what?
Drew made a motion to, not angling or anything.
No.
Drew made a motion to recheck his cards, and Song just immediately pulled his shirt over his face, over his face, almost like thinking, okay, that hand's over, and then had to kind of go back behind the cover a little bit. Just these two are in close proximity.
Sure.
Drew like really eyeing Song a lot when they're playing hands together. I just thought that little flinch was interesting. And if I'm picking up on it, then I think Drew is picking up on it too.
Every little thing means something. It's can you put the pieces together and figure out what it means as a player in real time? But
Not much hand circulating until we get to the button. Mykhailo ace-4 offsuit, just over 10 big blinds in his stack. Maybe one or two options here, maybe a third if you were to include fold, but I don't expect to see much cuteness from Mykhailo here. This is
Right.
either going to be, I think, all in or just a fold.
And if we look at Drew off to the side, again, just a guy trying to get all the information that he possibly can, just intently looking at Mykhailo. Probably hasn't even looked at his cards yet. He's just trying to, get as much information as he can before he even takes a peek down at his.
As a player, are you viewing your cards before it is your turn to act? Can't help yourself?
No, I actually am. I am in the community that waits until it's my turn to look at my cards. I just
Really?
let them sit
Okay.
there. Yeah. And look, not that I think that I can get some crazy read off of somebody before I take a peek at my cards, but for me, I kind of like the sweat. You know what I mean? I kind of like the sweat of waiting for it to come around to me before I take a peek.
Because then you can see the action build
Yeah,
and
yeah,
cascade. Yeah,
Yep.
I'm with you.
Come on, aces one time. There's a 3-bet in front of me, please. 7-4 offsuit. We're gonna let that hit. Don't know for sure, but I assume we are probably coming up on a break here.
I would say we're getting close. We've been live
Close,
for about an
yeah.
hour and a half
Okay,
now.
yeah.
We've seen
I got you.
only 2 players get eliminated.
Yeah.
But we've seen tons of back and forth, a few all-ins and calls that have really, kind of set the scene for where we are six-handed. But a few of those go a different way or two, and we could be looking at like 3-4-handed play. But
Yep.
this is where we're at. 6 players left, and Mykhailo, after after winning that last hand on the button, picks up a great premium, 2 jacks in the cutoff. And again, as you mentioned earlier, Drew just hawking him, just looking at him up and down. And with jacks, you're not all that uncomfortable, but Mykhailo has to feel that, right?
100%. You can. It feels like they're burning a hole in the side of your head sometimes when you have we'll call it an aggressive player beside you that likes to do the stare down. Mykhailo doing some accounting here. We saw a pretty small raise, we'll say, last hand. Let's see if maybe he changes sizing. Let's see if he tries to stay in the same boat. I'm not sure if he just shipped it or if he did. He put it all in.
5-3 offsuit on the button is not going to do it. Either is a6, and the big blind folds.
Gets it through.
Button's good.
Mykhailo moves over 10 million. And as you can see here, at first I thought this was percentage of chips in play, but no, VPIP. How often players are voluntarily putting money into the pot. Didn't get a great look at the rundown, but Drew was
Right
at the
up there at
top.
the
I think
top,
we're
right.
just going to assume that the big stacks will be entering pots more. They will be a little bit more aggressive. And at this point, even a 20% VPIP, you're having to make some tight folds if you're also including some ICM, right?
100%. And down there at the bottom of that VPIP, we saw Justin, who came in as the chip leader today. He's been on the wrong side of not really had a ton of hands that he could play, but sometimes that's such you do mental gymnastics just thinking like, I came in as chip leader, why can't I get the cards? I was supposed to be aggressive coming in here, and it can be a little bit demoralizing, but we did see him get a good jam through with eights off of getting Drew to fold the king queen. So he's willing to put his chips in order, and as I say, doesn't get the cards. Here he is waking up in the small blind against the chip leader with the old ace king.
A big slick in the small blind for Justin. King 3 of hearts with Nick in the big blind. Action on Justin. Starting the hand with just over 20 big blinds.
Does he come with a small raise? Does he decide to just not get cute and put it in? A lot of options on the table here. Nick, an aggressive player. There's probably some limp jams in there also, but he's just going to come with a fairly standard, just around 3x raise out of the small blind. And Nick with a suited king here, at minimum, he may want to see a flop. It's funny. I kind of think all three options are on the table here. He could find a raise, in maybe a more aggressive line, but he can find a call, and looks like that's what he's going to go with.
The last time we saw these two collide in a blind versus blind confrontation, it was Nick scooping a pot to take the chip lead. Jack 9 deuce, 3 spades, no spade in any player's hand. The last time Justin was in this exact situation and whiffed, we saw a continuation bet on the flop. He checks in the small blind here, and a quick check back from Nick. We see a turn.
Oh.
And that may lead to some action and gets Justin out of his seat just to make sure, yes, I do have top pair.
And that wasn't another spade, thank God, because I have ace king red, and I don't need that. But I expect we see a bet from him, and really this is a range bet here. Pretty much any king or ace on the turn, regardless of your hand as the pre-flop raiser, you're probably going to put some chips in the pot. It's just kind of a range bet, but he's
2.3.
running pretty good right now that he's got ace king, and his opponent has a king in his hand too. So okay.
Bet of 2.3 million seems to get some of Nick's interest.
I don't mind this sizing, going roughly half pot on the turn. You're probably potentially against the chip leader, maybe even going to get some ace highs with a spade to even call here. So, this is a pretty good sizing bet here. I like.
As you can see, Nick with just under 20 million behind him. Unfortunately, only 6% to win the hand.
Wow. Nice
Really
fold,
good
Nick.
fold.
Nice fold,
Just
man.
not beating enough.
Yeah, I guess not beating enough, and just maybe thinking that Justin really doesn't get out of line here too often. Dude, but I gotta say, man, that was almost a snap fold on the turn with top pair. Dude, good fold, Nick. That's solid.
That's a 21-year-old figuring out that hand, figuring
Yeah.
out that spot perfectly,
Yeah.
and regaining, or I should say keeping, the chip lead in front of him. That's maybe weighing into some part of the decision as well. ICM chips counts. We've talked a lot about it today.
These chips are more valuable in my hand than they are in someone else's hands at the table. So I'm going to hold on to these in a pretty marginal spot here. Whatever, I've turned top pair, but let's. But also at the same time doesn't have a spade either, which is probably a factor that is as well.
Gracias.
Kahlo, throw those into the muck quick. Drew, not a lot to do with the old dirty diaper.
Better than the previous one, but
Yeah.
yeah. But
It
anyway,
doesn't matter. I like
Justin on the
these better a
button.
little bit, but
King Jack this time.
I would assume this is going to be an open here. And if it is, I'm interested to see how Nick reacts in the small blind with an ace. Yes, Justin, he still covers you. And
what about the first one? Like, have two different decks? Like, Oh.
Raise 1.5.
1.5 million, it looks like.
Nick can find a fold here. Teapot can find a fold pretty quickly with the ace deuce.
There is a stream.
On,
Justin,
huh?
just
There
as
is
we
a
were
stream on the
saying,
TV? Yeah,
maybe
thanks.
has been quiet or
I
has
want to be outside, yeah.
lost some ground here to start the final table. Right there in second, just
Yeah.
under 30 big blinds. Not really a lot to be concerned about. If you're looking at the first hour, hour and a half of play, you start as a chip leader, you're sitting second with 6 players left, and you haven't really had much to do, much of any big hands, anything like. We've
Yeah.
really only seen him play 3 or 4 pots.
Maybe you kind of find the silver lining, blessing in disguise. We've gotten 2 people off the table. I haven't had to be too involved too much. I'm not at the bottom of the pack. I'm still sitting in second place. Hey, maybe it's not the worst thing in the world that I came in as the big stack and I'm, only down to second instead of 5th, 6th.
I'm just going to open from Drew O'Connell with Queen Jack of Hearts.
I think just over.
Pretty hand. Drew's got chips.
Justin
in
has
the
him pipped.
Yeah, in the cutoff with the King Jack O. But he's going to find them up pretty quickly. Nick as well.
Thoughts on that fold here, since we will most likely see the rest of the table fold. King Jack just not enough.
King Jack from the cutoff is King Jack offsuit from the cutoff. Probably just not a spot that you want to tangle too much. King Queen offsuit, King Jack suited, even though they seem, kind of in that same realm. It's offsuit Broadway hands can just be really tough to play post flop when you're really, really short. Like if somebody opens early position and let's say the board comes jack high, you don't necessarily feel good. You know what I mean?
Certainly.
You hit top pair, but you still don't feel great about it. It's one of those, just one of those fringe hands that I think potentially could go different ways. But again, they're on the final table. What do I know?
Well, and what do we know? We also have the ability to see these things live.
This game
so
is
like,
a lot easier with the
it's-
cards face up. That's for sure.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Teapot's had ace-8 a few times on the button,
Yes, yeah.
if I've been paying attention.
Yeah, the ace-8 offsuit has crossed his path a
dead
couple
man's hand,
times here.
right?
It is, I believe.
Careful
Dead man's
there.
hand.
Can you get out of the
Careful
way?
there, Teapot.
He might be. It's possible he's observing that we've got a break coming up here soon.
Well, and I just heard somebody at the table say, "Hey, can you get out of the way?" So I think players are trying to look to see the
Right.
tournament clocks. Not only would the break mean that they get to go on break, obviously, but blinds go up. That changes some dynamics, obviously. Here, 2 big stacks. Only one's left with cards. Nick is raising in the cutoff, but Drew is not going to be his customer in the big blind. Nick continuing to creep up, pushing 35 big blinds. Again, the only player over 20 million. We now look to the bottom of the leaderboard, though. Mykhailo, just over,
Give me a million.
just under 15 big blinds. Seems pretty cool, calm, and collected, though.
Yeah, man, he's kept a cool head the entire time here so far. He doesn't seem to be letting the moment be too big for him. And we also saw a spicy little check raise early on. I liked that. So, yeah, man, I think the guy came to battle. I'm about it.
I like his look,
Gracias,
too.
sir.
Yeah.
The pattern on the shoulder,
Uh-huh.
the front plate, sunglasses.
Yeah.
It's a good, intimidating look.
Uh-huh.
Keep it up, Mykhailo.
Yep.
And Nick is going to keep up his aggression this time
I had
with a
9.6
hand.
before
Ace Jack
rank.
of hearts. In the hijack, expect to see it
4
open.
behind, I guess.
And if you notice there, he's got Yunkyu in the big blind. He's getting a account off of those chips, just trying to do some math, some accounting of, you know, hey, if I put chips in the middle here, what are the chances that I get piled on from
Always
big
have to be
blind?
aware.
Right. So far, not a ton of hands behind Nick. Should really be able to give him any action on this board. Mykhailo gonna let it go. Drew waking up with, again, pretty mediocre hand here in the small blind. Don't think he's going to want to really put too many more chips in the middle with the ace 9-0, but maybe he finds kind of a non-standard 3-bet spot here. Who knows?
I would love to know if these players have extensive experience online. I know we were talking about Nick being 21 years old, but you can get a lot of volume online. I know Drew puts in a ton. I just wonder if they have tussled online in the past and if that's playing into any of this.
The dynamic is so different online versus live. You know, there's so many more things to take into account from live poker, but at the same time, online players can put in a year's worth of volume in a couple months comparatively to what a live guy can do. That is thousands of hands that you essentially have in a database in your head. So yeah, being a guy who puts in a lot of time online and a lot of potentially multi-tables and stuff like that, it's crazy to know how many hands they could have seen comparatively to a mostly live player. Like Nick's collecting all the red chips, those 25Ks. That's how big this is getting right now. The 25Ks look like they're going to be completely out of circulation after this level.
Starting stack for this event, 30,000 or
25K. 25K.
All right. So one of those chips. Everyone who played this event, thank you for putting all of these 25,000 chips into the pot here.
Just one of those red chips is somebody's life in this tournament.
They are now being removed from play. So like that,
Yep.
we really have made it, right, Jeremy?
It's wild, and just if anybody's tuning in right now, the white chips 100K, those brown chips up front are 500K.
I think we might see $1 million chip here. Maybe. I don't know if they're going to break it out for this event. I know it exists, but we will see.
Okay,
I'd love to see it.
I'd like to see the
Early and often.
I want to see a milli chip get flicked into the middle here.
84, 84. Can you take the mic off or?
Some friendly blind versus blind.
Yunkyu likes showing the bad hands that he folds,
Yeah,
but
can't play this one.
yeah.
There you go.
So as we look at the leaderboard here, Nick still sitting up top, 37 bigs, all the way down to, I believe it was Vancouver.
First break of the Event 1 final table. 6 players remain. Will O'Connor, Jeremy Geist, live from the Borgata. We'll be back in a 15-minute period after the first break. Thanks, guys.
See you guys then.
Online casino. sleep. The daylight's coming fast and it's counting on me.
Oh, it's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. Ooh, we're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. Can we get these people a promo? There it is. Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later? Put a little BetMGM action on it, and now any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat. Hit them with the promo.
It's the BetMGM offer of the week. Get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. For all the games, later this week. Set your picks and shoot your shot. And turn any game into a must-watch. Download the BetMGM app, and it's on.
What do you do when you've already built the best casino on the East Coast? You do it again. This is Borgata Casino Online. All of your favorite action with millionaire-making jackpots and the widest selection of exclusive games. Straight from the casino floor to the palm of your hand. The online casino built for players. It's Borgata Casino Online. Sign up today and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 with bonus code Borgata1K.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
It's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. Ooh, we're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. Can we get these people a promo? There it is. Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later. Put a little BetMGM action on it, and now any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat. Hit him with the promo.
It's the BetMGM offer of the week. Get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. For all the games, later this week. Set your picks and shoot your shot. And turn any game into a must-watch. Download the BetMGM app, and it's on.
What do you do when you've already built the best casino on the East Coast? You do it again. This is Borgata Casino Online. All of your favorite action with millionaire-making jackpots and the widest selection of exclusive games. Straight from the casino floor to the palm of your hand. The online casino built for players. It's Borgata Casino Online. Sign up today and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 with bonus code Borgata1K.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the kickoff event #1 final table of the Winter Poker Open, powered by BetMGM Poker. Will O'Connor still here with Jeremy Geist, bringing in TJ Terrence Reed from poker.org for the next stretch of action. Terrence, tell me a little bit about what you've seen covering the event on the floor, what we've seen through the first few hours of the live stream. Thoughts to kick us off here.
What an incredible way to start the series. Are you kidding me? $2 million guaranteed, and they blew that out of the water level 5 of the final flight. We knew the final flight was going to be huge, but it was just massive. You guys split it up in between 2 different rooms, which oftentimes can be a logistical nightmare, but handled it well. Smooth operations, and nearly 3,500 players on this opening event. Just incredible, and we're down to 6.
Crazy. And of those 6, we have some known quantities. We have some younger, maybe less experienced players, but we've seen some crazy action right from the jump, a lot of shuffling with chip stacks and things like that. Where do we maybe go from here? TJ, Jeremy, dare I say, pick a winner.
Well, we still got Nick in first place, Nick Funaro. As we look at the leaderboard here, Nick sitting in first place, good for 22 million chips, 37 bigs, all the way down to Yunkyu, who is sitting with 13 bigs, 8 million in chips. There is still plenty of action, as you can see. One double from the one double from the short stack moves him right back into contention. So this is strap in, folks. There is going to be some chips moving hands here. I can assure you that.
You didn't do it. Jeremy, you didn't pick a winner. Terrence.
I noticed he conveniently avoided the question. What do you know?
Dang it.
I'll
take Nick. I'll take Nick.
Okay. Oh, now I was about to go on the record with Nick, and now I can't.
Crap.
Thanks a lot.
Sorry.
I actually really, watching the first 2 hours, an excellent job on the commentary so far, guys. Yunkyu has been kind of the wild card in my mind, and he was yesterday as well. Kind of just plays by the seat of his pants, goes a little more intuition, the stare down is real whenever he's looking at another player. Puts everyone a little bit on edge. I saw the quickest snap call in my life yesterday, beat somebody in the pot and made the table kind of laugh a little bit from him. So I think he's the wild card at the table, and as the short stack, he's going to be looking for his spot to get it in. But I agree. We're seeing some competent play from the chip leader. One thing that's interesting is average stack has been between 20 and 25 bigs for the last 8 hours of tournament play or so, well through last night. So For a tournament with this much money up top, 20 bigs, 22 bigs average is not a lot. So it's going to come into play who's best with that short stack, who can maneuver it, manipulate it the best in this heavy ICM spot and make use of 20 big bigs.
Insane ICM implications that we're going to run into here over the next few hours. We saw on the payouts, $95,000 for the next player that exit, $420,000 up top, and we are now back into action. Like I said, Will O'Connor, Jeremy Geist welcoming in Terrence Reed from Poker.org into the Winter Poker Open booth. Poker.org, instant coverage, editorial coverage, content, social media, hitting every single mark here through the first week. It's only going to get bigger. Can't wait to see it, but can't be happier to have you here, TJ.
It's been incredible. We're so happy to kick the year off like this with you all. Coming off the heels of the WPT World Championship, we did a lot of fun things, but they also provided their own live updates. And now to be here and doing it all inclusively in partnership with BetMGM and with Borgata has been wonderful. And our team's only going to get bigger. We're bringing in some guest content creators like Conrad Simpson, Caitlin Comiskey,
Cool.
Sethy Poker. They're all going to be here. Tiffany Michelle's already in the house. Just a super talented team's going to be here, as well as remote support from the people worldwide. Shout out Sammy Gruber's running our socials right now. Shout out Sammy. I know she's listening. So huge, talented team. It only works with the team that we have, and they're all passionate, invested poker players. So very happy to be a part of it and to be here with them.
Awesome. Great Poker.org team, great Borgata team, some great commentators in the booth too. I'll give us that. But let's get into some action here as we see the first flop since we were back from break. Justin and Nick, we've seen small blind, big blind dance before, Jeremy.
Absolutely, and a couple hands that definitely want to see a flop, but maybe not want to put a ton in pre-flop. Nick, the chip leader right now. Here he goes, already looking to put some pressure on. Flops a gut shot, looking to just clean up some equity from Justin. Make sure that he doesn't have any hands that improve on the turn. Going to put in a small bet of 800,000 here. By the way, please take note. Blinds are up again. 400,000, 800,000, 800,000 big blind ante. So Nick goes with a singular big blind bet here.
Getting even tighter, getting even shorter, like Terrence was saying earlier. And this is a situation where we see both players are going to continue to turn with, not a lot of made hand here. So another interesting spot with these two players, blind versus blind, getting to a turn with, nothing within their hands.
Yeah, Justin came to play. He's going to float the flop with just king high.
Justin's in these small blind versus big blind spots. He's the only one that voluntarily put chips in the middle. So Nick can have any two cards here, and there are draws available, and he has position. So you can't just call the small blind with king high to fold to a single bet. But when he doesn't improve and faces a second barrel, that's what's going to happen.
Yep, Nick continuing to apply the pressure here. As we look at the leaderboards here, Nick sitting 30 big blinds deep. Justin in second place with 20 bigs. Teapot in third, and Drew coming in. He was chip leader for a short period of time here, but through some unfortunate events, lost a flip there with the not a flip, but lost the jacks versus sevens to Teapot with that 7 on the turn. Brutal stuff, honestly, but we're looking right along here.
We were talking before the break that could have been a hand that really elevated Drew into a unstoppable top position. He's come back down to earth, come back down to the middle of the leaderboard, but that leaderboard, very, very clear to see that even a guy like Mykhailo, even a guy like Drew, they double up, all of a sudden chip leader, it changes the dynamics totally.
Yeah, every decision that is being made right now, it means so much from a real dollar perspective. Every chip that gets put in the pot is so important right now. They're so valuable.
Holds the button. Justin, ace-4 offsuit, sitting on around 20 big blinds. The chip leader to his direct left.
Any ace on the button is going to be an open for sure, but he does have to worry with these ICM implications. He's not the short stack. The chip leader's on his left. He can just be squeezed so often and so easily that he's going to take his time and think how he's going to respond to that before he even faces it. but it's definitely an open here on the button when he finds an ace.
If it's definitely an open on the button, the small blind with this kind of hand, this stack, the options are endless, right?
Small blind with the king 10 off. If he is going to play, it's going to be a raise, and we see that here because he wants to force Justin to play for it all with what is likely a range, and that's what we see. Can't even call it off, even though he has the best hand so often.
Very nice work. Very nice pickup there from Nick.
Really strong from Nick. Justin, as we can see, still second in chips.
No, I know.
Nick now
I know
starting
you
to
feel
kind of pull
obligated to
ahead.
respond.
We mentioned Justin chip leader coming in.
I think they just don't
Terrence,
realize that it's
anything
distracting.
of note
Yeah.
yesterday how Justin got there? Any big hands or just slow, steady climb?
A little of both. He played very confidently, applied
How'd that
pressure
work?
very well, picked his spots
little annoying,
carefully
right?
against the opponents that
Just,
he
yeah.
felt were unwilling to put the money in. So won a lot of pots without going to showdown, but he also eliminated multiple people once we reached the final two tables. In fact, and he had a pile of chips. He was at 23 million yesterday with
Whoa.
16 left.
Whoa.
So he's been coasting since there. Obviously has less than that now. But Bin Wang was 2 seats to his right. Funny thing happened with Bin. Bin folded the button. The small blind looks over at the big blind with 23 million and says, "Do you have me covered?" And the whole table laughed. And then Bin pipes up. He's like, "I'm pretty sure he has the whole casino covered.
14,
No one else in
14,
the
15.
casino has 23 million of anything right now." So yeah, he's had a big stack for quite a while and used it well, but sometimes it's so frustrating when you have 23 million with 16 left and then you peak there and you just can't keep accumulating as you know you're supposed to do as the chip leader. So how do you manage those expectations and realize that you're no longer in that position anymore and you have to tighten
The
it
shoe
up?
is on the other foot. And I also think we saved it for the reporter. We're letting the reporter lead the way here. We almost had GPI and WPT Player of the Year Ben Wang make the final table. When did he go out?
He went out in 9th place. 9th place. So he made the final table, just didn't make the stream table with the last 8.
Yes.
But it was really incredible. Bin Wang and Ari Engel sitting next to each other last night. Those kind of moments make me appreciate this job, to be able to experience that and see that firsthand. Those two guys battle with all these other less experienced players and how those dynamics work.
Yeah.
But at one point, Ari noticed when him and Ben were on the same table when we had 2 tables left. And Ari said, "Ben, I think we're the oldest guys at this table." They're both 40.
Yeah, they're not old guys.
They shared that last night. They're both 40 years old. And they noticed it. Then they combined to the final table, and Ari goes, "I think we're still the oldest guys at this table." So yeah, Ben and Ari, when there were 9 players left at 40 years old, were the oldest people at the table. And then Ben went out, and Ari, 40 years old. And they talked about playing a little more last night when we bagged up around 145, dropping us down to maybe 6 players. And Ari spoke up, and he goes, "You guys want it. I don't want it. I'm old." We're bagging up. So good for him for speaking up for himself. That comes with experience.
As a viewer, I want all of the Bin Wang and Ari Engel action, but as these players sat around and watched them, both unfortunately get eliminated, I'm sure there was a bit of a sigh of relief that we don't have to go against the GPI Player of the Year and Player of the Year, and
Ben 9th, Ari 8th, the 2 best players we can say at the table gone.
Yep.
That's music to these players' ears. And it looks like we are going to have an entry into this action with Drew in the big blind facing an open from Tanupat on the button.
11.
Both players nearly identical
5.
stacks.
All 6.
Super interesting spot because both these players obviously don't want to bust. That's standard for anyone. But because neither of them are the short stack and they have very similar stacks, if Drew were to respond, and he does have some non-all-in 3 bets with their stack sizes, can put a lot of pressure on. But he's deciding exactly how do I want to proceed. Ace-7 suited does play well, but out of position. Does he want to take that line? Does he want to go for the jam and put maximum hold pressure on? Or not 3-bet all in so he doesn't risk his entire stack?
Maybe 8, 6.
And although these guys are both sitting below 20 big blinds, comparatively to the rest of the table, they're, for lack of a better term, sort of deep. There's still options on the table here for Drew. Like TJ was saying, there could potentially be a non-all-in 3-bet, which would be interesting. But let's see what he goes with here. Just goes with call. Okay. Gonna see a flop. Got a suited ace.
Conservative route, also a little bit tricky because Teapot's not going to put him on a strong ace, and ace doesn't hit the board, but this is about the next best flop he could find.
Drew quickly checks in the big blind. Tanupat middle pair.
Almost always going to be the best hand. No strong kings in Drew's range, or he would have heard from him. So bet for protection and equity denial.
There may be some situations where Drew could go with a check jam line here, but on a king high board specifically, it's going to be a lot of, or at least a
Can I have
little bit
water?
tougher because you
Yeah.
know, the pre-flop opener can have a lot of kings in his range, obviously.
1
And just
million is
not
good.
getting that king to fold, right?
Drew's at this point probably wishing he just put it all in pre to remove this tricky spot.
Yeah.
Because now if he calls and bricks, he's going to be kind of handcuffed on the turn with the SPR being 1.7 to 1 or something along those lines. If he bricks, he's in a terrible situation. This is what I'm talking about. It would be very, very difficult to navigate to a river with the stack sizes, and it will heavily depend on if Teapot decides to fire a second barrel, which I think he will on this card.
The king pairs on the turn. Drew under 10 million in the tank.
And for Teapot, I mean, this is actually a decent turn card. You know, your opponent just has less combinations of kings when a second king hits the board.
And like Terrence was saying, if we have big king, we've heard it earlier.
Yeah.
So he never has king queen, never has ace king.
Right.
Rarely has king jack. King 9, king 8 raise the flop a lot, so he's not worried about any of those. And here we are with an even. If his 9 wasn't good, this queen's some insurance.
And it was after a check back on the button, so maybe one part conservative from Tanupat. But now an interesting spot with Drew. Terrence, this is what you were talking about. You call flop and then brick. Where are we at now? We're kind of just floating.
He's going to be very, very tempted to believe that his ace high is good, which it depends the line that Teapot decides to take. I think a bet for value is definitely in order if it gets checked to him.
Check.
Drew's deciding if he needs to bet, if he needs to try to get Teapot to fold a better hand. But at this point, what better hands would Teapot not hit bet?
And the tough thing for Drew is when you hold the ace-7 of diamonds specifically, that's what you want your opponent to have typically. If they have a bluffing range, you want them to be holding the diamonds. So it's really tough to put, to put out a bluff in that situation.
Would love a very small bet, and that's what we get.
Yep.
1.6 million from Tanupat.
What a beautiful bet. He's trying to get called by exactly ace high. Perhaps an 8. Anything that is a non-believer and a bluff catcher, this size is targeting.
Really good value bet from T-Bot here.
And as you can see on the left-hand side, action, pre-flop, flop, turn, river. And now Drew, under 10 million, facing 1.6 million. Really, really important decision here for Drew O'Connell.
He has to call 1.6 to win 8 million. If we take just the pure needed equity, oftentimes ace high is good here. But we know in an ICM situation that losing chips hurts much more than the chips gained. So he's weighing all that into consideration here and deciding, would his opponent bet for this small of a sizing as a bluff? He doesn't know.
Very good. And Jeremy, as you said earlier, chips are more valuable in my stack than they are in the pot, than they are certainly in other players' stacks. So Drew got away there. Tanupat, though, I think played that extremely well, and maybe to his strategy that we've seen. A little bit conservative, taking some time and being a little bit on the safer side, especially going up against a player like Drew, who's been really kind of forcing some of the action through the first few levels.
And this is where you can see experience come into play. I mean, I'm not necessarily talking about these 6 guys at the table, but, in that specific situation where Tanupat was in, where it gets checked to him on the river and he's hit that queen, there might be a lot of guys that just take the pot, no big deal. I'm hoping that I win, but I think I'm going to. But going for that thin value bet on the river there is really what kind of makes that difference between the guys who are going for the win and the guys who are just kind of, hoping to just get that next pay jump.
It's one of the things I look for at the table when you're looking for players who are good or players you want to be careful of.
Yep.
Thin value river bets
Yes.
kind of separate the great players from the good players.
Yes.
Being willing to make that small bet, trying to eke out a little extra value. Every chip you rake from those bets that other players aren't getting, that's how you make deep runs.
100%.
Because if Tanupat is betting there thin on the river, or not thin, but small on the river, and then Drew comes back with big, huge shoves, you're just in such a tough spot. You don't get to close that action.
Yep.
And Tanupat, it's a small bet, it's a small pot, right? But just to take that and win that little extra, and I think send a message that we're not just going to be checking back 2-pair on the river when we might not think we're good. Really, really well done, and I think that against a player like Drew, even more impressive.
It's going to be interesting to watch out for if he faces a similar spot when he doesn't have it.
Well,
is
yes.
he going to bet small as a bluff to balance? He does the same thing in both spots. So we'll keep an eye out for that. You know, these spots sometimes come up 1 in 100 hands that you just don't see them all the time. But as people who can see the cards face up, and we knew he had it that time, will he do the same thing with a thin bluff bet or a small bluff bet in a similar spot on the river?
Yeah, if the queen doesn't come on the river, then what? What if?
Talking has gone down quite a bit. first couple levels.
Yeah.
We had some action. We had some talking. We had some joking around. I think Ari kind of lightened up the mood quite a bit. He's a very happy-go-lucky guy.
Not really intimidated by the lights, cameras, action either. Maybe there's some of that here. We're not only live, we're playing for big money, life-changing money. But yes, Ari Engel is, for as good and as experienced as he has so much energy, even for a 40-year-old.
For a 40-year-old. He definitely keeps it light, fun, and entertaining. And, you know, I'm not taking away from his skill or focus or determination in any way. It's just when you've been to as many final tables as he has, this is another day at the office, right? And that attitude kind of rubs off on everyone else who try to elevate themselves to that demeanor. But now he's gone, and the pay jumps are, of course, getting more and more real. Tighten it up. We got a yawn on the right side, too. That might have something to do with it. A little bit of a late night last night.
Let's get this man some coffee. Yunkyu puts it in the small blind with the king 6-0. He's the shortest stack at the table right now. Knows where to put the pressure on. Justin just doesn't have enough
Good
time
hand.
to get through.
Less than 10 big blinds, both for you and small blind with any king.
Yep.
Like 6
Got to pick up those free chips as often as you can.
Yes, sir.
Now we're looking at the bottom half of this leaderboard sitting either near or under 10 big blinds.
Here we go.
That would be Mykhailo, Drew, and Yunkyu Song, who just maybe asked to leave the table very quickly. I'm not sure what that was, but
Please don't kill my hand when I walk to get a drink of water.
yeah.
I'm on the button. I need this.
Yeah, I'm on the button. I'm short. Please just let me run back quick. There he is.
But on a spot like that, you know, Yunkyu has, 7 big blinds that he did before that hand? 7 big blinds and shoves, picks up 2.5 big blinds without having to go to showdown. That is a massive increase to his stack, and every one of those will separate him from the bottom. Fight his way back into a spot where people aren't waiting for him to bust.
The table maybe waiting for Mykhailo to bust as the short stack. Jack 10 suited in the hijack with 10 big blinds. Not gonna be playing.
Borderline, definitely pretty
Give me a
handy
second.
with sub 10 big blinds. Gets called, doesn't want to. You know, a
On the low.
lot of people talk about risk premium.
What do you have?
Like the extra equity that you need because of the ICM.
Nice. I got it.
In a
Maybe.
non-ICM heavy situation like this, you
Thank
might
you very
have to
much.
take that spot.
This boiled water?
These other
No, I'm
guys do
serious.
something
They just-
dirty work,
what are you,
not
drinking?
not getting the pages.
We saw Yunkyu there basically raise for a little bit more than half a stack with the, I believe it was king 4 suited, gets folds out of the blinds. Nice little pickup there, 2 hands in a row.
Right, Jeremy. So what's the difference? Small blind, he shows his entire stack. Button, he only puts half of it in, which is basically committing all of it. Why would you do that with 2 players behind?
Yeah, so you put in half your stack. In the event that there's just an insane amount of action behind you, you can potentially get a pay jump. So if the small blind decides to, ship it in trying to isolate,
Okay, 'cause
and
I
then
know what it
Nick
is.
in the big blind wakes up with a huge hand, and also moves all in, he then has the opportunity to, send those cards back to the dealer and potentially get a pay jump out of, what he was formerly just trying to take down some blinds with. So smart man. I like where his head's at. At least I think that's where his head's at.
Sounds right to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's doing something right.
Yeah.
He folds the ace and cut off.
You seem to have a curious tone there, Terrence. Is it because we've seen King 5, King 4, and then we finally get an ace?
Feels like he didn't even think about it. And I don't know what his borderline is, what he needs, what his range is in that spot. But it feels like an ace in the spot that he has near the bottom might have been worth I'm not saying a shove, but 2 big blinds to pick up 2.5 big blinds.
I don't know if you guys
Very tempting.
I don't know if you guys just caught that, but Nick Funaro just sent in the 4-3 suited out of the small blind and got the fold. Teapot didn't have a lot of hand in the big blind, but yeah, talk about putting pressure on, man. 4 high. Let's send it in, and I'll take those big blinds.
All in?
Thank you. He went all in with the 4-3 suited.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go.
At this point, it's probably correct
Yeah.
to jam any 2
Yeah.
in his spot, which is a super fun spot to be in as the chip leader.
Yep.
Yeah.
When you have permission to jam any 2 cards, you're living a good life.
And on that last leaderboard update that we got, Nick Funaro has separated himself from the pack. 40 big blinds as the top stack. The rest of the players all under 20 big blinds. So he has the table covered by a decent amount and seems to be playing aggressively. I think we're going to see more aggression here with the Jack 4 offsuit on the button.
Slightly different than the last spot. He now has 2 players behind. Won't be an all-in.
But he does put the raising chips out there. Goes to 1.6. I think he has some folds here, but Mykhailo may have other thoughts potentially.
Interesting. He has over 30 million in his stack. He's got a 15 million and a 7 million stack in big. So I would be curious how much more chips he needs in his mind to begin any 2 jam from the button with those 2 stacks on his left.
Those 2 stacks and those 2 VPIP numbers that are each under 20%, the 2 quote-unquote maybe tightest players at this table so far, taking it all into consideration.
I can almost promise you that if they both had 7 million, he'd be jamming anything.
Yeah. As the chip leader, you get to start doing some fun stuff when it folds to you on the button. Yeah, just like TJ was saying, I really think he's right. If they both were around that 7 million chip mark, I think he's just pretty much open jamming most hands.
When we were talking on the earlier portions, friends, family in the VIP room watching the live stream, Nick Funaro is Frank Funaro's younger brother, 21 years old. Frank is as close as he can possibly get to seeing all the action, and I expect him to be there until the very end. It's a lot of fun to see that, and a Jersey guy at home, 21 years old, maybe like the first New Year being even allowed to play here.
Yeah.
Very, very cool, and you're the chip leader of Event 1, and there's 400,000 plus up top.
Pretty awesome stuff.
Good,
Made my
good
hand
spot
better.
to be in. I'd be pretty pumped up for my brother, too.
Yep.
Heavy
Frank
dominated.
played this event
9-7-0.
well. Not as deep as his brother, but he's here in full support. He posted on Twitter this morning, posted
Yeah,
the
no,
support
it's all good.
saying my brother
Made
made
no
it.
difference.
Can't believe it. And people were like, nervous. Are you helping him? What's going on? And
Yeah.
full vote of confidence for his brother. He said he's not nervous. He knows what he's doing.
Yep.
We walked through some ICM spots this morning, but I'm just going to let him do his thing because he knows what to do.
Really, really cool. And, what a way to start the year. And what a way to start the Winter Poker Open, right? I expect to see both of them playing a lot of these. What a way to start off.
Just a quick 400K up top in event number 1. No big deal.
Hey, there's not a whole lot of familial, brothers,
6.6.
or father sons, or brother sisters in poker that both have a lot of success. There's a few that come to mind.
The Greenwoods, the Mizrakis.
Seven.
Are we out of names? Right? We
The Moreno brothers.
Excuse me.
Yes. Yeah.
I was thinking vibes. Excuse me.
Right.
And then the Cops, Katie and Billy Kopp, tournament, both excellent tournament players in their own right.
This is why we have the expert in here.
Why we need
to-
TJ.
To keep us honest.
We might be looking at the next up and coming fraternal duo that dominate the tournament scene.
A lot of fun. And speaking of duo, Tanupat, 2 queens in the cutoff. He's min raised to 1.6 million. Now Drew O'Connell in the tank in the small blind with Jack 10 suited.
Yep.
And he ships it.
This is a hand we like to shove from the small blind to maximize the full equity. And if we get called, we're always in pretty good shape, and he's going to get called here.
Yeah, we're going to see 5 here, guys. This is
I was thinking for sure I had ace 5.
big spot.
Wow. This is not for a chip lead pot, but for a very comfortable second place on the leaderboard. Drew O'Connell all in, not at risk, has Tanupat slightly covered, it does look like.
No, Drew is all in. Tampot's the covering stack
Excuse
here.
me.
Yeah.
Spades.
Ooh, 2 spades on the flop, though.
sweaty.
Can't complain there.
When you're covered with Jack High, that's a pretty good flop for you.
Blank 5
Needs
of
a
hearts on the
spade to
turn.
stay alive. Does not come. Drew O'Connell eliminated in 6th place. $95,000 to start off the year for an experienced online player from New Jersey. Tanupat
Game, sir.
ended the year crossing $100,000 in career tournament earnings. Scores a knockout to
I had ace 5.
best his
I had it
entire
sometimes.
career earnings in the first week of January.
And
Pretty good.
As we
Dude,
talked
hoping
about,
I
you know,
Huh?
the way this final table's going, the way poker works in general, Tanupat was, you know, for lack of a better term, dead in the water with 7s against the jacks of Drew. And he finds a 7 on the turn, and suddenly Drew is hitting the rail, and Tampot's just stacking chips. I mean, life comes at you fast here at the Borgata.
So you want to be a poker tournament
Yeah,
professional,
right? Oh, man.
An hour and a half ago, Drew's our chip leader with 420K up top. He did nothing wrong, and now he's out in 6th place.
Did not put a chip wrong. Yeah.
95K and a cent some change to Drew. It hurts right now. It'll feel nice in the bank account tomorrow morning. And
Certainly.
he's a consummate professional, says good game, takes his leave, and
I guess 2 of us.
We're down to 5, folks. How about it? Moving right along here.
You're
123,000.
Flat?
Next
For me, it's
player
like, I
out.
don't know.
We've talked about it a bunch.
Us, and one of us become big stack.
420,000
You're just got to chop,
for
right?
first place.
He's already big stacked.
Huge payout
How big are you need?
there. And
So once
with
strike
that,
3 is
I'm not going to speak
I have, like,
poorly of the group we have
10,
here, the final
20,
5, but we have kind of exhausted the experienced player list. Ari Engel,
26.
Drew O'Connell, Ben Wang prior to this. These are experienced players, but never have been in this situation before. I'm interested to see how they handle it over the next few hours.
I believe, and I could be wrong here, but I believe that the next payout would be at or near the highest score for all 5 of these
Yes.
players. I
Big
think
time.
The combined earnings for all 5 of them is less than $1 million, based on him.
You have 3 stacks of whites
live tournament
on the
scores.
bottom?
I have like over
So
39.
now we're talking based on what their average buy-in likely is and what their average score likely is. We're talking life-changing money as far as their tournament roll.
Very cool.
This can, you know, scores like this, $400,000 at, you know, I'm just speaking to one person right now, but $400,000 at 21 years old can legitimately change the course of your poker career. You know, that can be the difference between having a $500 API versus a, you know, $2,500 API, whatever it may be. But, yeah, so really, really cool stuff getting to witness this firsthand.
And
Easy money.
we're seeing the chip leader there open 10-8 offsuit under the gun, so
Yeah.
not slowing down.
Not at all.
Pushing
you were
to
gonna go
45
crazy.
big blinds as the chip
Yeah,
leader,
could go crazy,
and
but-
we again see maybe 2
He
players
gave
start
up.
to separate
Just check the
themselves.
screen and he check the page up. So I can't go crazy anymore.
No, I the
stack.
page
Like,
jump
I'm
is
not
right.
that crazy.
It's 30K now, but it's like
Very,
1
very
150, like
He
I think
has,
it's worth to
he has to
like.
open so.
What-
I didn't have
crazy.
I didn't have hand to go crazy.
Rather be opening.
Okay.
I could go crazy against him.
On his direct left.
Or
He's
maybe not
handcuffed
T-Trade
more
because he's
than
short,
any
but
other player in
BJ
this
needs.
game, even though he's second in chips.
Maybe your age, I could go crazy.
You did go
So
crazy in my
interesting
race.
the dynamics
Yeah.
that can happen
jammed
based
on
on
it.
table draw and seat draw at a final
I'm
table.
giving you
that-
credit for nothing
again,
in
like
it.
TJ was saying, the difference between whatever place it may be and another one could be him being 2 seats
I'm a mega
down from
nit.
the chip leader.
You're
instead
in
of
it?
to his
Oh my god, is this the need
A
army?
few minutes ago, we were talking about Nick being able to maybe shove any 2 cards from the button. Bing, bing, bing. All of a sudden, Tanupat's second in chips, and
Yeah.
now Nick has a little bit of a different situation. Maybe not handcuffed completely, but different situation indeed. Mykhailo, ace-10 off. Not a shove. Looks like a majority of his 6.6 million in the middle.
What we call a virtual all-in. Putting everything in, but
a small blind.
half a big, yeah.
Yeah.
For the same reason that Jeremy mentioned earlier, hoping that
You got
3 big
25.
stacks shove all in behind him, and he
25?
gets
A little
to
less
fold
now,
and
but
get
yeah.
the, free pay jumps.
Have you ever seen it work out totally
21, 22,
perfect like
23,
that, or is
24.
it just in theory?
I have. It happens
What's that?
online all the time.
Okay.
Just because there's so many more hands, so many more final tables that you see. But I have seen. I remember at a Triton event not too long ago. I think it was Kuhn executed this play perfectly,
Perfection.
raising to all but 1 big blind, and then we get 2 massive hands go at it on his left. And
I think there was also a situation on the 250K final table where Chris Brewer opened jacks and then had 2 all-ins behind him and made the correct fold afterwards.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure. So it happens. It's more of a better safe than sorry type situation, I think. But
Jason Kuhn and Chris Brewer
that's it.
pulled off.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
all time. Yeah.
That's the list.
Just-
and Mikhail lived up.
There's, it's funny because for that reason, definitely strategically sound, viable. I love seeing people, think through things like that and make those plays. There are some tours that are starting to say virtual all-ins are not allowed.
Wow.
Really?
Here's the reason why. A lot of people use the virtual all-in not in order to secure pay jump, but to stall. Because oftentimes with time banks and cards like that, you let's say you bet all but one of you let your entire clock run down, bet all but one of your chips.
Yes.
Another player acts, and it comes back to you. You got a full
You
clock
have
again.
more time.
Yeah.
Good point.
From the small blind, Nick just shoved King 10 into Tanupat, who is sitting second in chips. So
Interesting.
he's still feeling it, man. Still trying to put the pressure on. Doesn't care that that's second in chips right there. I'm going for the win. I like it, man. I like where your head's at, Nick. I hope you don't run into it.
Prior to that, and maybe I'm looking too much into Yunkyu Song's table antics, I'll call them. They're not, but just for lack of a better word, I honestly think he spun his little dice to randomize before he folded that hand. I don't know if he's just spinning to spin whatever, but he did something with his little dice contraption he has on the table.
Well, he doesn't need to roll a 6 to know to open this hand. He's got pocket 10s. Opens from the tightest spot at the table under the gun. Of course, 5-handed.
And a raise to 4 million, so a little bit more than half. Maybe not a virtual all-in, but declaring enough of his intention there. Yeah. Get some folds.
I did ace.
Wow.
Good for
You are
you.
in it. Oh my god.
He loves to jam with King High.
He has been honest. And he's been providing a little bit of insight to his table mates.
He's been showing, if he gets a walk in the blinds, he's been showing his hand pretty
You
often.
aren't in it, right?
What's up?
You're not in
I like
it,
it.
right?
I like it. I like his vibe.
I referenced earlier his snap call that I heard yesterday. He trapped again. Folded 2 big stacks. Folded to him in the small blind, and he has aces. And he limps. He limped the small blind. Guy on his left fell for it, jammed 15 bigs, and his chips went in faster than a knife fight in a phone booth. And snap called, caught the guy with 10-jack offsuit. That's where he got the majority of his chips. That is taking him to here.
There you go, man. Sometimes it comes down to just that One good play. One good
No,
spot.
I'm at
One
2.2.
good limp
I
with
should have
Yeah.
2.2. That's whatever. 16.
And
Alright, that's
waking up on
fine.
the button with pocket 10s, or excuse me, pocket 7s.
But Nick has already opened the cutoff.
Yeah.
It looks like to 1.6 with Jack Deuce offsuit.
Finally, Teapot has a hand to battle back against this nonstop aggression on his right. We'll see how he handles it. There's the answer. Not willing to get involved, even with a hand as strong as pocket 7.
And totally ICM related,
100%.
right? Has to be. There's no other explanation.
Absolutely.
Yep.
He probably hated all three of his options, to be honest. Didn't want to call and have to play a pot when he doesn't have a set. Didn't want to raise and open himself up to a free bet and lose a good portion of his stack. And honestly, probably hated folding too because
Never
he knows
fun to
everyone's
fold a pair.
watching.
Yeah. Never fun to fold
And look
a
at the
pair.
flop he would have seen.
Oh, goodness.
Sevens are his hand, so
Oh,
he should be
no.
running that.
On a jack
But
high flop too.
Oh, no.
Oh, he would have got quite a bit, but
I think Yunkyu Song might get quite a bit here on a jack high flop. Both players having jacks.
He's all in.
just rips it.
Just a check jam, and Nick with top pair, no kicker.
Can't fold.
Kind of has to.
Yeah. Sees the bad news.
What a hand developing here.
Teapot on the left. Just
Yeah,
kicking himself.
Really,
All this
really
action.
He's
kicking
shaking
himself.
his head. He's not happy about this one. Back to
King of
clubs.
Clubs on the turn. Nick Funaro needs.
Look
either
at
a
Saul
club-
putting his jacket on, trying to get the anti-select going, just putting the jacket on. I guess.
He's not going anywhere. Yunkyu Song doubles up.
The luckiest guy in the world. Wow. Oh my god.
That is a double. Jackson threes with king kicker. Board paired on the river.
Wow.
Chop it up.
Chop,
Oh
chop,
my goodness.
Chop, chop. Yep.
Wow.
Jackson threes with the king kicker, and no chips will trade hands. Wow, it's great.
Nick should be happy about that one.
I was curious if Teapot would be too tempted to tell the table, "Oh, I folded a full house." Good on him not saying that.
Yeah.
Because if he did, the rest of the table would know how tight he's playing.
Right.
In that spot, and that is.
I guess I should be grateful that there was no flop, right?
To
In the river.
himself, internalizes that hatred.
I think you could be a little upset, That's fair. That's fair to say.
Said it multiple times already on this.
I'm not glad that there's short.
Gotta have a
there's no
short
river on the
memory
flop.
in this.
Yeah, that's fair.
Those sevens aren't coming back. Gotta move on to the next hand. It's tough having a little funeral for the hand that could have been, but
Well, I like how Yunkyu and Nick are kind of going back and forth, and Tampot's just sitting over there like, you guys don't even know the half
have
of it.
no idea.
I should have I should have 50 million. He doesn't though, just 24 million, and looks like we are going to fold through to the small blind.
What you have?
Looks like Nick is actually open from under the gun
me open.
once again. He did so last orbit with 10-8 off, and now he's doing it with
6.6, I
9-5
believe.
off. And Justin, gotta feel like this might be the
8.7.
time to take a stand.
It's like Justin's doing
Yep.
some accounting, trying to figure out
6.6.
here. If
mean,
I
I
fold
define
this
that. I'm not
hand,
gonna
who
handle
are
it,
the
but
short stacks that can still potentially bust before me. If I get it in here,
Just over 10 big blinds.
not to mention it has to be taken into consideration. I know we can see the cards. It's 9-5 offsuit, but this was an under the gun open. Yes, it's the chip leader, but still not something you want to tussle with too often. But he's just got a lot of hand in the ace jack offsuit.
Nick has also opened about 80% of
Yep.
hands since we've come back from break when
Yep.
he's had the opportunity.
A lot
Justin
of
knows
factors
this.
here.
Way ahead of Nick's perceived range at this time. It's just a question of, does Justin want to risk it? Does he actually have it this time? Gotta wonder if Justin has friends in the crowd who are watching the stream, sharing some things on break, letting him know Nick's cards, letting him know how Lucy's opening. That could also affect his decision.
All in.
Wasn't maybe trying to make the point when I brought up Frank being behind. Something tells me that he's feeding Nick all the relevant information that he may need. This is a guy who has a lot of experience playing big stakes, and they're getting bigger and bigger here. And Something tells me that he had a nice debrief with the team on a break.
And by the way, Justin did just ship it in there and got,
I'm
just
good.
got the snap fold out.
If I know Justin's game based on yesterday and today, I have a feeling he was always shoving there, and maybe just taking his time with every decision, but also perhaps wants to might get called by a worse ace if it looked like he actually had a tougher decision. Ace Jack is just so high up in his range in that spot.
Shortest stack in the cutoff. New York's Mykhailo, Lendel. And we're back to Justin and Nick, small blind and big blind.
How much do you have?
Just gonna be a walk.
12.8.
Going to get way more
12.8.
walks.
Yeah.
8.7, I think.
Never see at most tournament tables. Just
6.
because of the position he's in and the short stacks on his right and the ICM implications. Chips are just going to continue to funnel to him until something changes.
Hello. Welcome to the table.
As we take a look here at the cards getting shuffled, want to give a big shout out to all the dealers that have been here at the Borgata Winter Open so far. Some excellent floor
34.
staff dealers across the board. Make sure you guys get on down here. Seriously, there are some awesome events going on.
We talked about players coming from all over, dealers also coming from all over. Seen a lot of familiar faces from across the U.S. circuit, and
Same.
I think we will see more and more big names, big players from all over the country, maybe even the world, as we head into the bigger events. Big hand for Mykhailo here. Another
6 points.
virtual in.
Not sure if we mentioned it or not, but if you take a look, the blinds are up to 500, 1 million, 1 million.
So
Find
big.
it somehow.
Huge.
The shortest stack.
What?
Mykhailo has
Jack,
7
king.
bigs. Finds a monster.
Yeah, Robert.
It's no
You could have doubled me
That's
out.
always
Come on.
brutal too. Just wait.
You want to take that risk?
Fine, you've been folding,
You want that
folding a couple rags every hand. You finally get the AK.
Probably.
Oh, sorry, I used this one.
Why not? I'm the smallest.
Okay, can I use this
so
one?
I would like to.
Thank you.
Would you want the blinds or do you want the double?
You did the whole
Or
time? Yeah, I didn't even
flip?
realize that. That's not easy. Yeah, Drew was using that one too. Yeah.
Yeah, so did you want to use that one?
Sure,
That's the one not to use there.
Well, they made Tanupat take his lucky AirPod out. He'll be just fine. 5 players remain.
second time.
Say
the card
thank
has been
you.
exposed.
I also
I might want them too. What if I have pocket twos?
The last time was a face card. This time was a deuce. I think.
Deuce of diamonds exposed?
Use the diamond exposed.
As we say that, he goes, well, maybe I wanted that too. What about the pocket twos, I want the duckies. Nick on the button here with the 10-4 offsuit. Looks like he's going to come in for raise. Yes, the blinds have gone up.
Raise 2 million.
I believe he goes with 2.5.
Not jamming any two. It seems like he's raising any two
Yeah.
from the button.
Oh,
Mykhailo now sitting with just 7 big blinds.
King is often the best hand.
Yep.
Not good enough to put it all in though.
Playing it safe.
We're in there.
As we look at the board again here, Nick still sitting as our big stack with 36 bigs, down to Mykhailo, who's sitting with just 7 big blinds. Every player here already locked up over $100,000. I believe 123 is what they're currently sitting with. Strap in, guys.
Pretty good.
A lot of money to be won here.
Pretty good. 5 players remain. 420,000 up top, and Ace King is back.
Justin under the gun with just 12.8 big blinds. Let's see what decision he wants to make here. Min click, half his stack, just go full rip. There's options on the table here.
6.5 million.
Would be another spot where you would, want to do the all-in -1 big blind type shove. I believe that's what he goes with.
Half of it.
Goes for half his stack. Okay.
Tanupat got those 2s, huh?
Yeah, he finally got those deuces. Doesn't like them.
Oh.
Oh.
All in.
oh,
Call. I mean, it's already call, I think.
And all in.
Well, we get to see some cards on their back. That's fun, but
At least you have the hearts.
Got 2 suits.
Ace king, ace king.
Mykailo's got 1. Justin
How
wants
did I
to
get
see
ace?
it.
I was so good against these 2 hands. Oh my.
Is there going to be a cold deck fitting for the Winter Poker Open?
Brr.
That's
Ace,
the chop
10,
board.
9, rainbow. Chop it up.
Winter Poker Open, we got this logo here. I'm kind of a fan. I think I like it. The snowflake, and this is coming from a guy. Look at the case ace. Coming from a guy who hates snow. If I never see another snowflake in my life, a real snowflake, I'll be fine with it. I'm living in California now. I don't have snow out there at all. But for me to like it, you know it's real.
not a fan of the slopes, T?
Oh, goodness. I went skiing one time. It was hell on earth. I'm not a fan. Your feet are locked into these things that you can't move. The temperatures are freezing. You're in clothing that gives no mobility, and you're trying to do something that you've never done before, so you fall on your face over and over and over. What's fun about that?
You just actually described my perfect Sunday. Tomorrow, my wife and I will be going to Camelback up in the Poconos. We are stoked to go skiing, on the other hand.
The only good part of that day is when it was over, and then we went inside and drank hot chocolate.
I do love a good hot cocoa.
2 points out.
On a cold winter's day.
And this bunny hill, it was not a bunny. It was the wrong bunny hill to try out for the first time. And I said, well, it's going to be the last one. So, all right, enough of me pontificating on my skiing adventures. We've got pocket sevens again. Yunkyu puts it in.
Stands up, hoping for the call.
Instantly puts the jacket on.
I love it.
This guy.
Nick not able to call.
I didn't know there was a call deck.
Really? Did you count these stacks?
I like how he
I did.
takes it all off before he sits down.
And
too.
I'm here for it. I want to see it every single time. As soon as the chips go in the middle, stand up, put the jacket on. I'm about it.
And despite
Even against aces
all
with
of the
2-4,
movement
you gotta
from
call this.
some of these smaller stacks, big hands, right?
Wow.
Nobody can really seem to, crack 15 big
King high
blinds.
again?
I feel like Mykhailo has been stuck at
7s?
10 big
It was
blinds
coming.
or less for
Seven.
a while
Seven
now.
will come.
Yep.
I just
It worked for you,
something
not
has to
for
give
me.
here. It feels like.
Yeah. It's a tough spot. This is a very top-heavy tournament from the payout perspective.
How do you think you got all
and
those chips?
these guys know it. They know that these are 6-figure pay jumps coming up here soon, and they have to play accordingly. So,
Talk about the butterfly effect in a poker tournament. Teapot folded pocket sevens, would have fought the
I
set,
didn't
would
see
have
it.
eliminated Yunkyu, who flopped the
Thank
jack
you.
queen, and would have over 30 million, would be playing four-handed. And everything would be different. The whole table dynamics would be different. But he decided to play that one hand tight, and we're still five-handed. And that's how quickly things change in this game.
very interesting stuff.
Ooh, Yunkyu putting it in for the second hand in a row.
Right, my man.
On the upswing, Yunkyu now sits in the middle of the counts with 13 bigs.
Go. He says, I'm not playing for 5th place. I can still win this thing.
Now, guys, what do you think about the all-in non-jacket put on?
Ooh, what does it mean?
That might
You're
be a tell.
Ooh, if you're a player at the table, my goodness.
How do you read the man?
Right.
Actually, maybe a little
You never
more.
know if the jacket's coming on.
He's really balancing his jacket on versus jacket off. I appreciate that. Yeah, good. That's GTO jacket.
Would love
right
to get
there.
inside his mind. Oh, this might be the third hand in a row that Yunkyu puts it in. He's no longer one of the 2 shortest stacks, though.
Oh.
So that might affect that decision.
Kylo gets out of the way.
Okay. A raise that's not all in.
Yeah, he says, I've got enough chips now. I can open. Comes with 2 million.
5, 2, 2,
A bunch of Broadway
1.
behind
Yeah.
him.
Let's go.
Justin seems interested. He will pass. Nick in the small blind.
We got an all in.
Moves in.
Thought Nick might put maximum pressure here.
That is maximum pressure. Yunkyu Song.
Now I'm being
Finds the
worried.
fold pretty quickly there. This is what ICM jail looks like. You can open up 2 Broadway cards, but you do not always get to call when when pay jumps are getting this big.
That play there is extremely impressive from Nick's spot.
Yes.
We've seen him take a lot of spots that are clear, that are easy, when he's not risking as much as he could be. That was a big risk because Yunkyu hasn't been opening non-all-in sizing, so this spot, he doesn't really know what to think about it. He sees two bigs from the mid stack, and if he jams and he's wrong there and he gets a call and loses, he's now middle of the pack.
Yes.
That is 12 million in Yunkyu stack. So it's one thing to say what to do as a chip leader and to know how you're supposed to act in these spots. To pull the trigger over and over and over again is something you look for in a guy that's able to close out tournaments and to be able to do so at 21 years old.
Not for nothing, too. Nick put it in quick there. He checked those cards and was like, I'm all in. Let's do this. Time to play.
Well, and it's still time to play for Nick Funaro, opening the button.
Tanupat with a lot of hand there in the small blind. Again, we know we've talked about it. ICM implications coming into play, but suited Broadway cards are, especially on the stack that you're sitting at.
Second in chips, though. He's second in chips.
True. You don't want to. Yeah, there you go. You don't want to tussle with the chip leader.
This might be the one for Mykhailo, though.
6 big blinds.
Feels
It's
like
time. Yep.
He is the shortest stack at the table. Cannot wait for others to dwindle down. Needs to find a spot for himself. And against the wide range of Nick, suited ace looks like pocket aces.
Way different having this hand against Nick than somebody else, or Yunkyu Song, for example, who's been a little bit shorter. We've seen Nick open and call Jack 2, right? Where we've seen a lot of speculative holdings from him. I think maybe a little bit of Hollywooding from Mykhailo here. I'm not sure, though.
He's probably just making sure he takes his time, considering all of his options. But I got to assume when you look down at that hand, you're working off of 7 big blinds. It's the chip leader. He's opened every hand. I got to put this in.
Against any big blind open.
Ooh.
Oh, my. Okay. Hey,
Under pressure.
don't fault him. Pay jumps are extreme right now.
Right.
And if there were another short stack of similar size, I can even get behind it for sure, waiting it out, finding a better spot. When the next shortest stack has twice your chips, those spots don't come around often enough.
Exactly.
Got to be willing to risk it. But I can't fault the man. We're talking tens of thousands of dollars with each jump. And who knows what might happen. 2 of these other guys might get involved, and he gets a pay jump. That's what he's hoping for when he makes that fold.
And as you mentioned, too, about, the cards just don't come around as often. When you're sitting 5-handed, those blinds creep up on you coming back around every orbit a lot faster than they do when you're sitting at a 9-handed table with, call it 200 players left in the field or something like that. You can make some tighter folds. But, yeah, you might not get that. You might not see another ace before those blinds come back around.
Well, you're putting in 2.5 big blinds every orbit.
Yep.
The calculation is called M.
Did you have in your show?
How many orbits you have
show,
left
what
if
did
you
you
don't
have?
play another hand, right? So he's got 5 big blinds. That means he has 2 orbits.
A very good suited Broadway.
And
And 5-handed, that is a total of
How about
10
you?
hands that he has to choose from on
Unsuited
which
one?
to accumulate some sort of chips to
It's an
survive
ace.
longer.
I guess ace is not bro. Is it? That's not Broadway. No?
The king.
Yeah. King queen. King queen. King jack.
Queen 10, or queen
What
jack.
about you? Ace and 10?
Let's see if Nick
What's that?
continues
Raise 2.7.
forcing the action. It literally is any 2 cards, right, guys?
He has opened every under the gun, I believe. 8-10 off, 10-4 off, now 6-4 off. Until somebody punishes him, why stop?
Yeah, exactly. And
What another weird
I just want to
spot
say
for
for the-
Mykhailo, right? Like, you are just handcuffed. It's queen jack. It's not an ace high, right?
Almost.
I think the only
What pressure does. Players are
only hand
folding
today I
hands
think
that
playing is ace king.
are way ahead
Yeah.
of Nick. And
You're right.
now
Keep
maybe
that
I
in
don't
mind.
want to say running away with it because things can happen
Keep
so
that
quickly.
in mind.
But 43 big blinds, the next biggest stack under 20.
And there's no one happier that Mykhailo is still in here with 5 big blinds than Nick.
And Nick, Nick is giving him a fist bump every time he makes these folds because it's letting Nick do more of what Nick wants to do.
And every time he opens to, call it 2.5 big blinds and picks up 2.5 big blinds, it makes it worth it. Then it makes that opening every single time worth it, because that one time that you get jammed on, who cares? I just picked it up the last 4 times, right? And I'm probably going to pick it up the next hand too.
Now Mykhailo has let his chip stack get to this point where at 5 big, when we have 7, 8, 9 big blinds and we shove over and open, we still have fold equity.
yeah.
It's a chance that our opponent will fold. When somebody opens to 2 bigs and we shove 5, it's just you're going to get called. So now you have to win at showdown.
Yeah. Very good point. Justin waking up in the small blind here. The ace-4 off.
And under 10 big blinds. I
Yeah,
think he
yeah.
moved all in. We just did not see a button.
Good on
That
you,
makes-
Justin.
14 area? 30,
Really tough spot.
40,
for
40.
Kyle over this next
41.
orbiter, so he's about
Yeah.
to
Nice.
be under the gun. A really big percentage of his stack is going to be in the next hand. A spot nobody likes to be in, right?
Right.
Yeah, because now you're forced to call off with hands that you don't call off with, or watch another orbit go by and watch 40% of your chips in the middle before you even get to play.
Can you do me a favor, Lau? Will you move to your left just a little bit? Perfect. Thank you so much.
Best part about a final table, guys, after a couple eliminations, you get to spread out.
Yes.
You get your personal space.
Yeah.
No one bumping elbows with you.
I'm sure they weren't even mad about it being an 8-handed final table instead of a 9-handed final table. Just that little bit extra elbow room goes a long way.
It's the equivalent of flying first class in an airplane.
God, I
You
wish
know?
I knew what that was like.
You play like a 10.
Wish I've ever done that.
I wish.
You sit down at a 10-handed final table and you feel like you're in economy next to a
Yeah.
restroom.
Yep.
And a child behind you screaming in your ear. And then a few eliminations and you're bumped up to a first class ticket.
There's a poker comedy sketch in there somewhere. You'll have to work that out.
Oh, it's unfair. It's unfair.
Yeah.
Nick has a premium.
Yeah, nothing funny about what Nick is doing to
28.
his final table.
28.
This is a real hand that he's raising with. The big blind will pass, and every orbit it just seems to be Nick winning 3, 4 of these hands. That can't go on for much longer without something changing here.
You're not going to see Nick doing any trapping in situations like that. When you're opening with all your bad hands, you're opening with all your good hands, and that's how you're going to get credit when you do actually beat the 10s there in one spot. But fortunately, Teapot just doesn't have enough to give it a call.
What a display for his first live final table. He looks like he's done this 10, 20, 30 times. He knows what to do.
Yeah.
Knows his role. Plays it perfectly and does so with no fear.
I get a feeling there's quite a bit of online final
Sure.
tables under his belt. He's probably
3.6.
played quite a few
With
quite a
that,
few of
4.6.
these and understands the spot that he's in right now.
4.6.
Justin doing some accounting, trying to figure out where he wants to be.
He'll raise it just under half his stack to 4.6 million, and it's going to get through. And now going to enter into what is going to be Mykhailo's final orbit. where-
Unless he can find a double somewhere. Mykhailo is now in super danger.
And is this a danger zone that you don't even want to get yourself into, or is ICM still that important where this is, dare I say, okay?
You don't want to get yourself in a spot where players are going to call you with any 2 cards, because
Which is where we're at.
in tournament poker you want fold equity. You want to take pots down without having to see a flop. That's great value to accumulating more chips to your stack. He doesn't have that anymore.
Yeah.
Now he has to win a hand where he sees all 5 cards. And that's not where you want to be when you're playing for your tournament live. But ICM has got him here, making all these folds, hoping somebody else bust has got him here. Unfortunately, those busts haven't come through, and now this is the situation we're left with.
And we've had a few confrontations, Jeremy, where we probably
Yeah,
should
I'm
have
around
lost a
it.
player,
I'm becoming
right?
one.
So
Yeah.
like maybe a little bit unlucky to be in this spot, but also might be part of the guy's strategy. We're not all Nick Fernando raising every hand like we care, you know?
There's been a bunch of inflection points here. I mean, think about Drew catching that 10 on the river to knock out Brett, right? Imagine he doesn't catch those chips in that spot. This doesn't happen, that doesn't happen. I mean, it's been quite the interesting final table here. And by the way, piggybacking off what you said about how short Mykhailo's gotten in this spot too, he's gotten himself so short now that even if he gets a double, he's still only at 6 big blinds, and you still might get called by any 2 cards when you put that in, you know? So
Very good point,
it's tough, man. He's really dwindled himself down, but you know, TJ's not wrong either. Folding got him over to or over 100 or 6 figures in payout so far. So you know, it can go both ways.
Folded king 9 off on the button, which when I saw that, I thought that might have been the one. I'm not sure what we're waiting for.
Yeah.
But he's hopeful he finds a better hand in the next 3 hands.
Right. Waiting
than
for
king
someone
9.
else to bust.
That's exactly right.
Yep.
I think that's the #1 strategy, which, you know, the other 4 players are looking at him. Well, I'm not going to do that. You're not going to catch me doing that. But it doesn't really look like anybody's going to be able to catch Nick Fernando as it's going, because pushing.
Ooh.
As we said,
And Mykhailo will be pushing.
Mykhailo says, I told you I'd find a better hand.
Not so fast. A6 you guys were talking about?
My bad,
King
Mykhailo.
9?
My bad, man. My bad. You fold all you want, buddy. You wait for those black queens.
But watch this.
3.1.
Some of us aren't even going to look at our hand, probably, or don't need to. Justin must have something he's interested in.
Yeah, this is interesting too here, because this could be a situation where if Justin has a hand, he may just call and then hope that Nick, not hope, but, you know, hope that there's a dynamic behind that Nick's just like, okay, I'm going to check this behind, and, you know, we got to get this player eliminated before we can make anything else happen here.
Yeah, it's something that happens in poker tournaments where you don't collude.
Right.
But you do kind of work together when these spots show up sometimes. You know, you don't talk about it. You don't say you're going to do it. You don't even acknowledge it. It just happens. Oh, look at this, though.
Yeah.
Nick says we're not doing that.
No. Yeah, I'm just going to isolate here.
I'm not sure.
I wish I knew.
Oh, we had the cards wrong.
Oh, interesting.
I see an ace.
Yeah.
When our leader
hope you
shows
had
Jack
ace.
10. So our cards are wrong.
Interesting.
See if we can get a camera angle here to see what Nick is actually working with against Mykhailo's queens. You
Would
gotta
have
think it's either ace jack or ace 10.
Would have loved to see what Justin Paul folded there. Really,
Yeah, you
spot,
only
putting
play
in
premium.
30% of his stack and
Yeah.
just having to give it up. Tough.
I want to see what this other
folded
ace
an
jack.
Ace jack, yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Ace jack of
Oh, good.
spades against 2 queens. Not flipping just yet, but a jack on the flop does give Nick Fernando additional outs. 8 on the turn. Mykhailo needs to fade 4 outs, 2 double.
Hey,
He will.
step one achieved.
All right.
And with that fold too, with the call fold from Justin, that just sent him down to below Mykhailo's stack now. And he is now one of the ones that is
Pass me the button.
you
that
know,
was a triple.
kind of on the outside
Best
looking
case
in.
scenario.
Yeah, yep.
Triple the
Best
stack.
case
Gotta be
scenario.
close
By
to
only
11.
having to be one person.
Yeah. Yunkyu Song is now going to be our shortest stack, I believe.
How you doing, Mikey?
Kylo,
What you have?
not saying you did anything wrong up till now. You
6.6.
played tight. You were patient. You waited for your spot. It showed itself, and you maximized
Actually,
it.
it's
So,
close to 11.
what do I know?
Yeah.
Patience does really, really pay off in
Yeah.
tournaments.
We've been saying it all
Yeah.
day. What do we know?
I'm pretty sure he's going to do this. Oh, nope, never mind. Never mind. You do your thing, my man.
You know, I will say this. So many people with the modernization of poker theory and
me a
strategy
second.
look at these charts and what am I supposed to do? What do I have to do? And, you know, you get down to 10, 15 big blinds in these big spots. You're like, oh, I had to go with it.
Yeah.
You hear that so often.
Yep.
And understanding the theory behind why you have to do something is one thing, but then applying it and knowing when to deviate from it is also important. And panicking or shoving 10, 15 bigs is often the detriment of many a tournament player. And
So much life. with a stack
so
like
much
that.
life. Yeah, when people think there's a danger zone and it's shove or fold, and you start shoving a wide range because we feel panicky and the blinds are going up, and then Mykhailo just showed us what can happen if you are patient. He might have waited a little longer than I would have, but he's alive.
Yeah.
And I busted on day one.
And once again, so unfair. Nick with the chip lead and just picking up the premiums. He's going to pick that up again.
Three very, very short players in the middle of our table here, and thought that was even an interesting fold from Justin with under 9 big blinds.
Yeah.
How much do you have, Misha?
10.3.
Man, I want to know what Justin's cards were in that hand where he called and then folded.
Oh, now it's like 8.3. Like
It was a situation where he was hoping for exactly what we were talking about to call, and then the majority of Nick's range would also play it as a call, and they'd get to go 2 ways against the short stack and secure a pay jump for himself. This one, on the other hand, he is going to be very happy to see pocket jacks. Probably happy enough to ship it.
The way you put both of his hands down there, I thought he was going to push it in. It was a little bit of a pump fake. Yeah. But
Just being deliberate.
yeah, I think he's just getting a little bit of a Hollywood going. And I believe these guys are all going to go in the middle here.
I was
I
on me.
assure you, if he folded it,
Oh my god.
Probably go up there and I gave
He didn't even know it was on him.
I'm all in.
Oh my gosh.
8.7.
All right, that explains.
And then just immediately jams. Yeah, no Hollywooding. Oh, it's on me? Oh yeah, I'm all in.
I was like, I don't understand the first 20, 30 seconds. After we get to a minute of taking here, pre-flop with jacks.
I
I'm
saw
not
you
sure
were
what's
thinking about
happening.
going all in.
I thought you were thinking that.
Yeah. No big deal, my man. No big deal.
Justin inching over 10 million, but as you can see, no matter how we look at the leaderboard,
How much do you have now? It's like 5? 5 points?
Yeah, like 4.9.
extending his lead, separating from the pack. Still 5-handed though.
We have about 85 million chips in play, 45 million of which belong to Nick. So he now has over 50%
Wow.
of the chips in play.
And if you guys are just joining us here, again, this is event number 1, Deep Stack Kickoff, $2 million guaranteed. Every single one of the final 5 players have $123,000 locked up, and they will be moving all the way up the line to that $420,000 first place prize. So they are all so graciously hoping to win.
Nick continuing to put pressure on the rest of the table. And Mykhailo feeling pressure here with a 7 is going to pass.
Fun's good.
He's now in a spot where, folding really is going to be making him money, because if he can just get that 4 big blind stack of Yunkyu out, he just quickly secures just a hot little $151,000 for 4th place. So, just a quick $27,000 pay jump just for getting that next spot.
I see him as one of those polarizing conversations.
Yeah.
Because some people don't think you should change your play at all, and then some people invest everything into it. One of my favorite quotes about ICM is from Nacho Barbero, high stakes player. ICM is for poor people.
2.7.
He by the way said that during the PPC in Las Vegas, and then proceeded to stone bubble it. So he found out the hard way that ICM is indeed.
Yeah, first half of the story is good.
Yeah.
Nick having a real hand, picking it up, taking it down, extending over
We have a
50
breakout
million, well over 50% of the chips in play.
Yeah, 38
Should be
probably.
every 3.
And
Oh, that was every
looking
three.
at 3 players that are under 10 big blinds.
And I just got to give huge kudos to
Penny's
Nick
the
here. He has been playing the big stack phenomenally thus far. Pretty much from the moment that he, at least pulled away by 5-6 big blinds from the next biggest stack, he's been opening aggressively, playing fast, making sure that everybody understands, like, just sit back. I'm going to be opening these hands pretty much every single time. If you don't want to mess around, then please get out of my way, Ooh, we got a good one here.
There's going to be some messing around here. Mykhailo,
Yep.
ace jack, Yunkyu Song, ace queen, the two shortest stacks of the table. We should see a clash here.
This is interesting, too, because, obviously Mykhailo really needs Yunkyu to bust out. But so if you're going to with 2 players behind, what do you do here? Goes with a
hate your
limp.
opening, but
Interesting. And then Mykhailo is going to quickly put it all in.
Shakes his hand.
good game, everyone.
Yep, jacket goes on.
Ace, right?
We got a call.
Oh,
And Mykhailo now...
Yunkyu says good game. There's the
I can't imagine
jacket.
how they don't make it.
Oh, my gosh.
We're having a lot of fun in here. Not so much fun for Mykhailo. He needs a jack to stay.
Yunkyu has backdoor clubs. A little jack and a jack alone right now. Okay.
Okay,
Odd
so
way out.
Now he wants the queen he didn't want to see a second ago.
no dice. Jacket back off. Back in the seat for Mykhailo, for Yunkyu. And just like that, Mykhailo is back in that same spot. 3 big blinds.
And as all this is happening, Nick is doing, backflips in his head, right?
Licking
Like,
his chops.
let's just continue to string this out. Let's continue to keep 5 players on the table.
Yep.
I have more room to work, and why wouldn't you? If he was to double up any of the players, he's still chip leader by a decent amount.
Sitting
Crazy.
with just about half the chips in play right now. So half the chips in play with 5 players remaining is
The spot you want to be in.
extremely advantageous spot.
And you said it. This is a new development where he can even double up second place and still be chip leader. So I would be surprised if at this
3.4?
point he doesn't develop a jam any 2 strategy from the button.
Yep.
Perhaps even the cutoff, given that when he's in the cutoff, the small blind and the big blind will be the 2 shortest stacks at the table. So
Wow.
now we're looking at a spot where he can, from
Said like 3.4.
40% of the hands, 2 out of 5 hands, he's in a position that he probably can jam any 2 cards
Wow.
until something changes.
3.2.
Mykhailo goes for the non-all-in sizing here, leaving just, I believe it was 200K behind. Yep. And Yunkyu's got a decision, man. I just got these chips. Do I want to give them away already? With the pocket 4s from the cutoff.
Now Yunkyu's in the position Mykhailo was a second ago, where he desperately wants to see
Yeah.
Mykhailo
big lay
bust.
down. Yeah, big lay down.
And now
98.
Nick.
Oh boy.
Oh,
You should take your hand.
Nick probably has in his head, I need to do the dirty work here. He's considering that,
Small
okay,
He doesn't fold.
Teapot's
He's so-
behind, but
he's
Teapot
pulling
wakes
hand,
up with a
so-
big hand, too.
That's fine, sorry.
There's a world where
took your cards
Nick
anyway.
jams and Teapot calls.
Yeah.
I want to see that world.
Distracted by your hand.
Nick is definitely giving this a lot of thought because
Guys, I don't want to. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
please.
This might be the exact situation we've been talking about. Mykhailo raised to a non-all-in sizing.
we almost
Yes.
had it.
He just calls. Oh, I
Just
wanted to
calls.
see it so bad. Okay, sorry. Go on. I was very excited.
Giving a lot of thought because Tanupat there is, we talked about it, Nick can double up anybody
Yeah.
and still have the chip lead, but you don't want to make that kind of mistake with a player that can do a lot of damage behind you. A lot of things to consider here for sure.
And TJ briefly,
He's not rolling
Okay,
it.
well,
Wow.
we now know we were never seeing this.
Don't leave it over.
If he's
Okay.
not, if he's not jamming after the call, he's never calling it
And-
off after a jam.
And now Nick is in a great spot to potentially score a knockout, extend his chip lead. Mykhailo essentially,
Oh my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
essentially all in and essentially a lock to
200,
double.
and here we go.
Flops him almost dead.
It's insane. He's drawing to 3 kings here.
Here is what's so funny. Yes, he would have rather won the hand, but it's not actually that bad to keep a short stack in.
Right.
So it's not the worst case situation for Nick. Yes, he loses a 4.
Diamonds on the turn. That's all she wrote.
See if we can see.
I'm okay with
Yeah.
8 of diamonds.
Oh wait, Nick has the
Come
king.
on.
Oh, Nick has the king of diamonds.
Oh.
You said that's all she wrote, and it certainly had another
how
chapter.
long I was.
An,
Just like that.
an epilogue to your book. The story continues, except not for Mykhailo.
Wow. Wow. Dirty river card. My goodness. Hey, good showing, Mykhailo. Still.
All right,
One was
you know what
Three.
time it is?
Payday.
What time is it?
Time for you to go a
place.
little bit crazy.
Here.
That's a good point. He's been saying it. We've been waiting for it the whole time.
You've been
There it
pretty
is
tight.
again.
What crazy
Are you
talking
in
about?
net?
Yeah, I'm around it. Well, I mean, I was not on it, but I'm around it, so I became
I've
in
played
it.
every single playable hand, I promise.
You are the big blind. You are the big
Oh,
blind.
sorry. Yeah.
Herb, I have a question. Is there bathroom break anywhere time soon? Is there bathroom break anytime soon?
Then there were 4.
Yeah, I'm cool with. We can do an unscheduled break if you're
For
ready to
now.
go. I'm cool with it.
Break.
That'll be like 2
Not,
hours.
I'm not pointing at anything directly, but oh, Nick just moved all in from the button with 4 high. I love it.
No more
Here we go.
2.7, right?
We now live in the world where any 2 will do.
Here we go.
11, 9, and 8 big blinds
Oh
in his
my
opponent's stacks. He can shove any 2 cards.
Now, if anybody knows anything about East Coast poker, there's a bit of a stigma with East Coast poker players about chopping final tables well before maybe a normal group would chop a final table, but I hate to tell you guys, I don't think we're going to see any deals
you having
being
the big
made at this
blind?
final table with
6.1.
57 big
6.7
blinds for
plus
Nick
that.
and the next biggest
So
stack being
7.7.
11, and here we go again.
Oh my goodness.
Just, chip leader, waking up with premiums, no big deal.
I
And just open jams for the whole table.
was interested to see if he would non-jam his
Yeah.
premiums.
Nope.
The answer is no. He's jamming everything.
Back to business.
This should be a fun little time for Nick, even more so than it has been.
8.8.
He is jamming. He is now jamming any 2 cards
6.7.
every time it folds to him.
Soak it in, my
12, a
friend.
little
You
under
are
12.
young. You have got a chip lead on a big final table. Playing
You
for
say 6?
big
6.7.
6 figures.
6.7. Okay.
Strap in, my man. Happy to watch it.
Eat your life, right? Eat your life.
Justin looks like he's considering something from the small blind here.
Queen 4 off into the chip leader.
Big lay down.
Not exactly. the
3
spot
pips
we
too
want
wide.
to be going with, but Justin is sitting as our short stack right now with just 6 big
So, not
blinds.
really.
Blinds are getting huge. We have 3 players out of a 4-player final table, all under 12 big blinds.
You could combine second place, third place, and fourth place stacks, and they'd still be a severe underdog.
Severe underdog. I don't know. Maybe they should all talk about that. Just kind of like a combined strategy. We can take this guy.
Even when he began shoving any 2 cards, it still feels like Nick has got the best hands.
Yeah.
He's getting all the
Yep.
premiums. There's an all-in. Surprise.
Gun's good.
Running good. You're running good.
I need 8
Yeah,
fish to
man,
punish
I really
you.
just can't say enough, man. Out of a
You wanna do an even
21-year-old to
chop?
come into this table and just be
I think so.
really not missing a beat on,
Even
on
chop?
playing the big stack well. Just can't say enough, man.
I'm down.
Are you down?
Like
Down
he's stepping
for-
off
Looks like
again.
it's-
Even chop?
Sure.
Quick look at
We
the
got
mic,
3 out of 4. I
quick
mean, that's
chat with his brother.
that's
Here's
it's a
rap,
democracy,
what
right?
we do, Shoving, yeah.
It's nice as a poker coach in this situation. Hey, what should I do? Shove.
Shove.
Yeah, but
Yep.
even if
Oh,
shove. What about shove?
6.7.
Ooh, and here we
for
go.
like-
Oh my gosh,
You mean
Nick,
time
come
for
on,
the battle?
man.
No, still no
His hand
bathroom.
is live. He stepped away for a
Yeah,
second.
he's.
'cause-
I think he's getting his mic fixed, so he's gonna come back, look at this.
Oh, what do you know?
Oh, we got an all in.
I don't want to go either, but I
6.2.
might have it.
6.2. Sorry, I paid a blind.
Oh, wow.
Yep, perfect.
Raise.
Okay, I fold.
Ace 10 suited, ace jack off.
Sorry.
Clubs. Thanks, man.
Now can I go to bath?
He is pipped. Nick has the ace jack against Justin's ace 10.
If he survives, even shot. If he
smirk from his
won,
face,
even
saying,
shot.
"Is this real life?"
I agree with even shot.
I still think it would be straight.
Oh,
Hey, not a terrible flop.
Clubs,
He
jack.
picks up an
you're
additional
asking
house.
10, right?
Chop outs.
Still not dead.
Four.
16% equity.
Chop outs.
Okay.
GG's, Justin. Good game, man. Came in as the chip leader. Coming out.
As I said from the start when you asked us to pick our winners, Nick.
Yeah. I think I'm going to stick with my Nick selection for the time being, but
There was no 4 on the board, right?
Looking good.
I can't see.
There was a 4 on the
Three
board.
players left.
What do you mean?
Short stacks,
The guy was calling for a
one
4.
Massive
The guy was
stack.
calling
and
for a 4. Good
all
job.
3
There
players
was a
right
4 on the
now
board.
have
Oh my God.
I told you.
Oh my God.
$1,000 locked up from a
What are you doing there?
$100 buy-in.
I think Yunkyu Song just realized that,
Yeah.
slapping himself in the face.
Let's go.
Doesn't want to wake up from this dream,
Yeah.
1.2.
but Nick, he's the one who's sitting prettiest, going to be sleeping the tightest most likely tonight.
You gonna go crazy yet?
What a performance. What a stack,
Now
too.
I have
Yeah.
to. Like 5x and.
Worst part about color ups, I hate it's a little demoralizing
Can I go to
when
the bathroom while you guys
all of
discuss?
chips gets taken away because they're doing a color up, you know?
Can you ask the guy
I'm
up there?
psyched right now. He's got all the chips.
So they're up next round?
Sorry? I think
Going up
so.
next round.
There's a couple places.
Okay,
you can
so
go
it's just 500
and,
then, right?
They call it different things.
511.
But, Leaning Tower of Chips.
Oh, yeah?
One, where there are no color ups the entire tournament.
I've like.
Oh my God.
Can you
So
talk
when
to
you're at the
guy?
final table, all of the chips are
I
on the- and
drank
you just,
two liters
just
of
got
water.
very excited.
Oh, well, I mean, it sounds awesome for me, and it sounds like an absolute nightmare for all floor staff. I'm so sorry, my man, and dealers. Oof.
Yeah,
Like a
still
lot
love it.
can go wrong.
There is that chip stack. My gosh.
That's pretty.
I will fold it to you.
Well done for the cameraman,
Yeah.
production crew with that shot. Giving us what we want right when we want it.
Back-to-back days for the
I
Gorilla
came in
Gaming,
30 chips.
live stream event last night. 2-5 no limit.
You're like 4 so
Kickoff,
gifts, right? In
final table
I have no clue.
tonight.
5-4.
Next
4th or
week,
5th and 5th.
ladies live stream game.
Shout out to Gorilla
best?
Gaming, man. This has been awesome production so far.
They do great work at Borgata, have been for years. Next week, ladies event, ladies stream, I should say, and the ladies event, pardon me. Almighty Million final table, mystery bounty final table coming up as well.
Well done.
Still a mystery who's going to win this one.
Nice seg there. I really do like to see, if you're going to build out a studio space and you're going to show a couple final tables, why not leverage that space for the entire series? Add in some extra streams, add in some cash game fun.
Yunkyu gonna jam the Queen 7-0. Nick waking up with the Queen Jack off, and he is going to put the chips in. And just like that, guys, we have another race.
7
for
work for
the
you, right?
place.
It should work for me.
He's lost a 7.
Yunkyu sticking with
Now it's 7
his
is coming.
same strategy of putting the jacket on, saying nice hand before it's even seen the run out.
And Nick
Let's take
sticking
those
with
seven.
his same strategy of having the dominating hand, which just makes his life so much easier.
Bold strategy, Colin.
Oh.
Let's see if it pays off.
Okay, no
Ooh.
7.
Five,
RTK,
4.
3.
Okay.
Yunkyu open-ended.
Flops open-ended.
Alright,
All kinds of opportunities now. King on the turn. Not going to bring in
No
any
And
hits.
that's
help.
10 outs one time.
And outs one time.
Okay.
Doesn't want to
Yeah.
look because it's not what he
Okay.
needed. Yunkyu Song out in third place, $181,000. A great start
This might
to
end before
his
my bad.
2024.
Huh?
And the first
Oh,
table of the Winter Poker Open, the first final table, is down to its final 2.
We made it.
We did it.
We made it.
I think, according to production staff, we're rearranging some chairs now. Gonna put them on opposite ends, and got to see our mugs for a second.
Like we said, rearrange some chairs, set up the final table for heads-up play.
something's happening.
Two players coming back, 420,000 up top. Don't miss it. We'll be back soon, guys.
It's not a break right now. I know.
Or we could just hang out
Yeah.
for a minute. You know, they're
I'm fine
just
with that also.
rearranging chairs.
Unmute it. Unmute the string here. What we have seen today at this final table, I don't want to start anything off with like too big, but masterclass of big stack play, like you said, Terrence coming in, knows the role, playing it to perfection, and maybe hasn't put a foot wrong here.
You know, last night when he's probably talking to his brother, or this morning when he's studying ICM spots, they've gone over these. He's been told what he's supposed to do. He probably already knew what he was supposed to do. But this is the first time that he's been tested. Can he put it into play? Can he pull the trigger when he's supposed to? And thus far, the answer has been yes, repeatedly, over and over and over. Do these live streams live on YouTube?
They do.
In the archives?
Yes.
If you want to learn how to play as a big stack, watch this tournament.
It's really, really easy to sit in front of your computer, look at charts, look at strategy options, see what you have to do. But when you're sitting at a final table with $420,000 up top, and you look down at the 640 and you jam it in the middle, I'm sorry, man, you're doing something right. I got the utmost respect for it. So, Nick has really just he's excelled here. I can't say enough about how well he's played, and he's going into. And he's gotten basically all of the knockouts thus far as we inch towards the end of this final table. He's going to be going into heads-up play with, I don't have the math, but 95% of the chips in play? I'm not sure, but
one of the biggest heads-up disparities
Yeah.
that you'll see
Yeah.
at a heads-up table. I think about when you go back to the start of this final table, there were two stacks that were somewhat similar size. That's Nick and Justin. They were sitting right next to each other. Nick was in position, and position matters a lot in this game. And I go back to that first hand that we saw where Justin opened up the small blind with the king.
Yeah.
King 4 suited. And Nick found the call down with third pair in the 10 jack, and that changed the chip lead.
Definitely.
It gave Nick the chip lead, gave him confidence, gave him position, and from then on just pretty much never turned back. So that one hand kind of set up this snowball of Nick collecting all the chips, and he's taken every opportunity. Also had a lot of excellent hands to help him along the way.
Yeah, that was mixed in also. Found his spots well, and then found some pretty good spots with good hands too. So.
No, and I was laughing earlier. I kind of feel bad about this view in the middle that we're seeing on the table. Trust me, Temput's chip stack is out there.
Yes,
it's on the very edge there.
It's somewhere.
But this is just such a huge disparity, and this would be a Winter Poker Open miracle, I think, if we were to crawl back. I don't know. In your experiences, guys, what's the biggest, or maybe the best, or most memorable heads-up comeback you've ever watched, covered, seen, anything?
I have seen an 11-1 comeback. 11-1, which I think this is more than that.
All right, so this would be the biggest. Fair enough. We are getting ready for heads-up play. Something tells me it wouldn't be taking so many chips off the table if both players had, somewhat, bigger stacks here. But we are working through getting to heads-up play. Is there, strategy talk coming from, the Funaro family? Is there, congratulations on your win? Where's the head at, you think?
Go ahead, Jeremy. After you.
Well, I don't care whether you say you're a superstitious player or not. You never say the congratulations on the win before those chips actually find their way over to you. But I would have to think that there's not a ton in the way of actual strategy talk happening right now. It's probably a lot of keep doing what you're doing. And
let's win the first all in and get out of here.
Let's just win this thing.
The strategy that remains, so ICM's out the door, right? There's two payouts left. The strategy that remains is Nick, if he's talking to his brother, he's always going to be into one of two positions, either on the button, first act, or big blind, second act. On the button, the question he's asking his brother or discussing or deciding himself is, what is my shove range? Do I have a call range? Do I have a raise not in? That sort of thing. How does he approach each spot? Is he going to continue just jamming all in with every hand when his opponent has 5 bigs? Probably the answer is yes.
Yes.
He's
Yeah.
deciding that. And then he's also deciding what's my call range. Am I calling any 2 cards against 5 big blinds? Am I calling top 90% of hands? That sort of thing. So
Yeah.
he's going to go in with that. But he's also probably preparing for if his opponent doubles.
Yes,
If his
that's
opponent gets
that's
up
the
to-
next step where we see only 5 big blinds for Tanupat. 10 isn't, it's not totally a ball game just yet, but we've seen time and time again players come back from short stacks. It could happen here. Let's see. It looks like we're ready to get back to the action. Going back down to the table. Heads up for the Winter Poker Open kickoff deep stack title. You see the trophy behind these players right above the dealer's head. 2 players left, 420,000 for first.
Tanupat wakes up with an ace first hand on the button.
Trying to figure out which
box
this is for the scan cards.
And he moves it. There we go. Gets the fold.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, look at this. We have our answer on if Nick is calling any 2 cards. The answer is no.
Might be all in again.
Would have been interesting to see what he had there, but it is, like you said, interesting just right off the bat. Holding there or, just having that hand.
Those are mine, right?
Yeah, but you shorted me.
Is this,
How much is it?
12 and 6.
can you, how do I want to say, can you allow Tanupat to get to 10
I don't
big
even know.
blinds,
You gave me 2 white.
inch his way up a little
trying
bit
to-
and
You gave me more.
be
trying
a
to rip
little
the
bit
cheerleader off.
more cautious, or is it go,
Well,
go for Nick?
you don't want to, but if he looked down at the bottom 10% of his range there, he doesn't want to just gift him a double.
Sure.
Yes.
Because in position on the button, he can jam any 2 cards and continue to accumulate and put the pressure on Teapot. So I don't blame him for not calling any 2. Don't give the man a double and then give him a chance to inch
then
his way
have to
back
worry
into it.
about it.
Yeah. Now we can shove any 2 with no concern. If we do double them up, it's not a huge deal. But if we double up a 10 big blind stack and all of a sudden Teapot's got 20 bigs,
Yeah.
very different game.
And to,
You get a move in there.
it's easy, right? You make that fold last hand, whatever his 2 cards were. You jam the button this hand, you get those 2 big blinds right back. So
No
sweat.
No sweat there
Yep.
for sure.
worth mentioning, I have gotten an up close and personal look at that
Yeah, I was
trophy
gonna-
sitting right behind the 2 gentlemen, and it's a little bit bright in there. You can't see it quite well, but guys, if we didn't give you
I
enough
thought
reasons to
posted.
come down to the Borgata already,
that's-
man,
that's fine.
the hardware they got, these trophies are sweet. I am serious. You guys want to take one of these home, I promise you.
The glass Borgata,
Yeah,
the building.
it's pretty
The
sweet.
building itself, very cool and
Ooh.
All right. Well,
very cool is right. 2 queens for Tanupat.
Yep. And he says no. There you go. Just like TJ said, we don't want to give away free double ups. No reason to call with any 2. Okay.
it would have been interesting if Teapot had a non-all-in strategy. If he might be limping some buttons, Queens, Kings, Aces is definitely in. There's a look at our
There we
trophy.
go.
Beautiful.
Again, thank you, production staff. You were keeping right up with us. I appreciate that.
Yeah, if Teapot did choose to limp the queens there, let his opponent see a flop, hit top pair, and not be able to get away from it, that's another way to get a double. It's obviously risky.
Yeah.
But I don't. Most people with 5 to 7 bigs are just shoving any 2. So we see that's his strategy.
And
Oh no!
oh, Nick.
Not like this.
Yeah.
Pocket kings for the chip leader.
And you talked about having
Look
a
at
limping
this.
strategy. My gosh. All in call.
All in,
oh
snap
my
call.
gosh.
Nick Funaro, 1 run out away from starting the year with a $420,000 win in his home casino in his home state.
Another sweaty flop.
6-5 on the flop.
Never easy.
And putt.
Never easy.
Open-ended. Some possibilities here. An ace of clubs, no club in any player's hand.
Okay.
Tanupat's going to need an 8 or a 3 to stay alive. And he cannot.
There it is.
There it is. The first winner.
Funaro.
First winner of the 2024 Winter Poker Open. Nick Funaro, 420,000. Gets a
hug
high
from his
five
brother
and a
there.
hug from his brother, who probably nobody happy for him. Right?
You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it.
You want the?
Yeah, he's gonna get you on the mic.
Thank you. You guys, bro, like, you guys are making me upset.
Good job, Ari. Amazing.
Beautifully done. Has to be so happy. Relief, obviously, for a while now, it seemed to be the inevitable outcome, but now it's real. He has won the largest score by far of his life. His first, imagine winning your first live final table
Not only
as a
that,
21-year-old.
but he gets to have his brother here with him. I'm pretty sure the rest of his family was here too. There's people that go their whole lives traveling, playing poker, or their whole careers, and they don't get to have that option. This is one of his first big scores. He gets to have his brother here, his mom here, all that stuff. Like, this is sweet, man. I'm so happy for him.
If this tournament, this final table played out anywhere else in the country, he probably doesn't have that support.
Right.
In the building. This has to be so cool, not only for, a homegrown kid like this, but 21 years old, starting the year off with the biggest score of your career. And, I don't want to say that we're talking like the Greenwood brothers just yet, but Frank has been crushing the last few years. And now he has a 21-year-old brother who's a crusher.
Yeah.
Watch out. I'm just saying.
Well, I think it's time now. Frank's playing a lot of the 10Ks, playing a lot of the 5Ks, stuff like that. Maybe stuff that Nick wouldn't have quite been playing yet. But hey, guess what? We're splitting travel expenses now because you're coming along for the ride. My
we're
friend.
missing
You
one.
have
We're missing
plenty
one,
of
but-
bankroll
and then Angela,
to go. So
And
This
Ali
is
out
awesome.
there.
thank you guys
Yeah.
for coming.
Little post-game interview.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Let's see if we can listen in a bit. There's going to be some great shots here. We're going to jump back and forth from broadcast booth to the table, get a little bit of a look behind the scenes to, what happens after you win a poker tournament. Only one person every time gets to experience this, but
Shout out. There's our photographer, Alicia Skillman with 8131 Media.
shout out Alicia, one of
Great
the
stuff.
good ones in the industry.
She'll be getting a winner's photo with all the chips and that trophy. And Nick's first live winner photo is nothing like it.
Man.
played his first $10,000 buy-in at WSOP Paradise, or excuse me, it was a 5,300 main event, right?
Main event, yeah.
Cashed that main event. Biggest score of his career, I think, if I remember correctly earlier, 17,000, something like that.
I happen to know that Nick actually burst the stone bubble for that event. He was, I was there for it, watched it firsthand. Nick actually burst the bubble for the main event. That
Feels
that
great, got
Cool.
the job done.
Well, he
Had a great start to the
bursted
day.
a lot today. He bursted a lot of people's dreams of walking out of here with $400,000.
Good. Very good.
I expect to see him
Yeah, my whole
battling. I
family,
expect to
you
see
know.
him
I'm
in
not gonna shout him out again,
all of
but
the
my whole
events
family,
moving
I
forward. Like
appreciate
I
all you
said,
guys coming.
hometown guy, New Jersey kid.
They're setting up all the chips, making them look real good for all of Alicia's shots. Not that they wouldn't have looked good anyways, but getting that all set up. There's that Borgata trophy we were talking about for a few minutes there.
Thanks.
Yeah, when you win the first tournament of the festival, it's almost like a social contract. You got to support the rest of the festival.
Yeah.
He's
yes.
going to be buying into the rest
Yep.
of these events now.
Absolutely.
What else can you do?
Right. I believe the dealer's going ahead and getting his hand that he won the tournament with. King.
And this is going to be a true King's winners photo.
Yeah.
This isn't just, pick your favorite hand or
Yeah.
whatever.
Jeremy Becker situation.
With the
3-5 offsuit garbage.
Every single time. Every single time. Shout out Jeremy Becker, man.
King of the Win Dailies, we've got a king of
Yeah.
the Borgata Winter Poker Open.
Let's go.
Yes, the first king of poker of the Borgata Winter Poker Open is 21-year-old Nick Funaro, New Jersey kid. Like I said, 21 years old. What I was doing at 21, I can only imagine that feeling.
Oh, man.
But also, like, just to start off your year,
Yeah.
this series, the next few series, like, it just, one, gives you confidence, two, gives you the bankroll to, like, wield that confidence wherever else you want to go, right? No limitations here, you would think.
I remember, if I could tell a quick story
Yeah,
here now that we're waiting on
please.
this winner's photo.
Yeah.
I remember the first tournament I ever won.
Okay.
It was the first time I went to Las Vegas. Never been to Vegas before. Hop into a Venetian 600 two-day tournament.
Okay.
Win the thing. So I get down to one big blind on day one, end up as day one chip leader, and then stay there the entire time for day two and win the tournament. $36,000 was the number.
Okay.
We're
Let's
not talking
go.
420K, but 36K for my first win.
Let's go.
Very excited. I had no idea. I went to the cage. I didn't know how they paid me. I said, hey,
Yeah.
check, cash. They gave me 36K cash. Put it in my backpack. 36K cash in my backpack, and I walk out the front door of the Venetian like just easy pray. Oh, I was an idiot. And now this kid who's in Vegas for the first time in his life has 36K he didn't expect to have. It was a good couple weeks, guys.
This is so easy.
We had
Sure
a
you
good
had
time.
some fun.
This is so simple. This is how I win tournaments. Okay, yeah. I'll take the money in cash, and we're gonna go do it again somewhere else, right?
Get spoiled, but there is something to say for the winner's confidence in tournament poker. When you feel good, you know you can do it, you know you can close it out, and you know you have the skills. I expect to see a lot from this kid.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, man. I mean, talk about lucky, not from only a stance of, obviously having to have some good luck to win a tournament like this, but dude, he clearly has a good support system, knows a bunch of people in the industry, even though he's only 21 years old, through his brother and everything else. Yeah, like you said, I expect that we are going to be seeing quite a bit more of a one Nick Funaro in our updates with poker.org.
What a great shot. Just he loves it too, you can tell, but just doesn't seem overly excited, which is great, but like I can just tell underneath
It'll hit him.
ready
Yeah,
to break out of it. Yeah. A lot of fun.
In the back of his head, he's listening to some ESPN guy saying, act like you've been there.
All the cool poker players act like it's not that big a deal. Come on, here we go.
He's holding back the
Yeah.
smile for the stoic photo
Yeah,
shot.
no, he wants everyone to know that he means business,
Yes.
but
And now I want you to hold the number one. And then I'm gonna yeah.
Hold up one finger. Do I hold up my cards? Yep, that's what I do.
Let's do it. Let's see how it looks.
Gotta love it for him, man.
Soak it in, Nick.
You know what? Let's have your hand down. I don't know if we're able to do it, so we'll just
get to see how it's made a little bit behind the scenes.
I'm
right?
really hoping that they invite his brother back there.
Yeah, I know it feels weird.
I hope they.
I think we're gonna get a good winner's shot here. Great head.
And then smile for this one. I know it's hard, right? Smile.
Good call.
Yeah.
We'll shoot back up to the booth.
Not that these mugs are much better, but at the same time, appreciate it.
As we clear the rail a little bit, we see Nick getting his winners' photos taken. Terrence, we have you in the booth. There's going to be poker.org coverage throughout the entire series. After these events conclude, what should we expect to see when we have winner stories to celebrate? What's the rundown here?
Thanks for asking. We're very happy to be here. We got covered. We're the official media partners with Borgata and the Winter Poker Open for the entire series. So from January 2nd to 26th, we'll have a whole team here where, as you've said before, multimedia coverage, social media coverage, players interviews, winner stories, winners photos, live coverage for several of the marquee events. So for this one, for example, starting for day 2 and today's final table, on instant.poker.org. That's our live blog, our live feed, where you can catch all of those updates along with chip counts, seat draws, winner photos, that sort of thing are going to be there. That's going to be active for days 2 and 3 of any event that has $1 million or more in the prize pool, guaranteed, as well as for the entire main event. And we got a lot of guest contributors, so Caitlin Comiskey is going to be here working with us, Conrad Simpson, Tiffany Michelle, Sethi Poker. And we'll have that. Check out that blog, instant.poker.org, for the entire series. And here's the photo I was hoping we would have.
We're talking about the poker.org support staff, which is next level, great. Look at this support staff.
Yeah.
This is
Oh
so
my
cool.
gosh.
It almost looks like the entire family came down. This is just what a way to start off the Winter Poker Open. Could not think of a better way to start it, really, truly.
Look how
This
proud
is
these guys are.
great.
I'm serious. Oh my gosh.
Now the cheers and the applause that we heard in the background makes sense.
Yep.
He's got a whole gallery rooting for him. And
Let's
now
go.
they're going to be a part of his first winner's photo.
Assuming mom, dad, brothers, grandmother, grandfather. Just so cool. And like I said, this tournament taking place anywhere else on earth, you don't have this support. 21-year-old homegrown kid, Nick Funaro, great result. Getting good shots here. A big congratulations.
We've got We'll chat with him for a little winner's interview after the fact. Get that up on our socials, and as well as a feature article talking to the man who just took it down, the event one, 2024 Borgata Winter Open.
Now he's taking a phone call. He's got to call his other supporters. Listen, thank you guys for the support watching. Yes. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Terrence. Thank you to the entire staff, Borgata, Poker.org, Guerrilla Gaming. This is just the beginning. 7 more live streams throughout the Winter Poker Open.
Let's go.
Live games, live final tables, 22 trophy events, and we just awarded our first. We'll award our second, third, fourth, fifth the rest of the weekend. It's coming in hot, heavy. Instant.poker.org, at poker.org across all social medias, at BetMGMPoker on X and Instagram. Stay up to date with the Winter Poker Open, and when you're not staying up to date, see you at the tables.
There.
Right? Thank you so much again for watching, following along. We will be back on the 11th, January 11th, for the ladies live stream game. Catch you guys there. Follow along for updates at BetMGM Poker and at Poker.org. Peace.